of James Oots to the Grand Valley Regional Biosolids Authority.
So moved.
Support.
Any conversation on this appointment? Comments? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. That takes us to our second resolution, approving the City Commission's appointment of John Gornery to the Waste to Energy Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Support.
Any comments on that? All right, thank you, Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. This moves us to the resolution approving the City Commission's appointment of Jenna Lyons to the Historic Preservation Commission.
So moved.
Support.
Comments, Commissioners? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. It moves us to our fourth resolution, confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Brooke Arnotts to the Community Relations Commission.
So moved.
Support.
Comments on this resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. And lastly, our resolution confirming Mayor LeGrand's appointment of Andres Hernandez to the South Division Granville Avenue Corridor Improvement Authority.
So moved.
Support.
Comments?
I feel like I have to say something at least.
Commissioner?
No, Andres is great. I know with Amy's departure from Roosevelt Park Neighborhood Association, that's left some big shoes to fill. The city's really lucky to have her, but Andres has been doing awesome since he was hired there, and I look forward to him serving on that board.
Wonderful. All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It carries. And then that moves us to our current board vacancy list. I did send you all earlier this morning a message regarding the Affordable Housing Fund Board. Now that we were provided feedback from Ms. Behrens on what qualities and expertise we'd like to see on that board, added to that board, that would be a good addition. I'm just wondering if you all have any further thought on the PIFs that we received, or if we'd like to look through those. And then as you all may think of some of those, if Ms. Bosker would like to talk about some of our other vacancies.
Yes, we will have more boards filling up at the next meeting. We have the West Side Board should be filling up at the first meeting in April. And then we're working on looking through, I think Commissioner Asasi was going to speak on the
Civil Service.
Civil Service
Yes.
Board. Yeah.
Thanks, Ms. Bosker. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yes, Commissioner Robbins and I had a conversation about the skill set that was needed on the Civil Service Board. So typically we look for somebody with a HR background, a collective bargaining background, a legal background. And so we did have PIFs, but we didn't have anybody who had that background, which is often the case. And so we were able to connect with somebody who has been involved just in HR with doing internship programs and works at a local tech firm. So hopefully that person will get through vetting, and then we'll be able to forward that name. And so Ms. Tanya Bermejo is termed off of that board, or her term expires in May. So today's our next meeting for civil service. So if we can get that before the May meeting, that would be great. So long explanation, but wanted to share.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's good to have the background. Thank you very much. Commissioner Robbins, any comments?
I just thought it might be helpful for people listening in to discuss some of the background that might be helpful for the Affordable Housing Fund. I know Ms. Behrens mentioned like a banking or community-based developer could add some good perspectives to that board. So yeah, since your note, I haven't looked back at the PIF specifically to kind of see if there's any that align with that specifically, but I think given that guidance, it seems like that makes sense, and hopefully we can find someone who can bring that.
Yeah, wonderful. Any further comments on our vacancies? Yes.
I'm sorry if I missed, I know you just shared that, and thank you for following up, or sharing the follow-up from Ms. Behrens. Do you and Commissioner Perdue have a name to forward for the third ward? Did I miss that part, or are we still are looking for names for both the third ward appointment and the general city commission appointment?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Yep, we're still looking for names for both.
Got it, thank you.
Yes. All right.
I'll add one more thing here. I know on the mobile GR board, we had talked just briefly after our last meeting about getting someone from the first ward, because I think I had previously been the only first ward appointee to that body. So I'll connect with Commissioner Belcheck and see if we can't find some additional PIFs, unless there's some that we've already got that are from first ward, but we'll make sure that we get someone from our ward there.
We don't have many PIFs or applications for mobile GR, so
Okay.
I think that as many as we can get would be great to review.
Cool.
We could use, for sure, somebody from First Ward. There is a qualified candidate that we're looking for to fill like a resident at-large type of seat.
Okay. Awesome.
Ms. Smith is giving the thumbs up to that in the back.
Oh, cool.
Appreciate it.
That's a good one. I think that has a lot of third ward members, mobile GR.
A lot of second
currently.
ward.
Second?
Yep,
Okay.
second.
Do you remember that being weighted in one ward? Well, thank you all for your comments. And Ms. Bosker and I are going to meet next week to further discuss some of our commission appointments. And then I will forward that information to the commissioners at large. Any further comments from city staff? Okay, well, we will adjourn the Committee on Appointments at 8:06 a.m. Have a good morning.
Yeah.
morning, everybody. It is 8:30. We'll go ahead and get our fiscal committee meeting underway here. We've got 10 items before us this morning. Item number 1, we've got a resolution recognizing Sacred Beginnings as a local civic organization.
Support.
All right, moved and supported.
Nothing out of the ordinary for this. Occasionally, we do have local civic organizations that come forward and need the city commission to pass a resolution recognizing them so they can do lottery at fundraising events. It was my understanding that there may be a representative from Sacred Beginnings here today, but I'm not seeing anyone. We have looked at the legal compliance for this nonprofit, and it conforms to all of our expectations.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none, I'll just extend my appreciation for getting this on the agenda quick. I know sometimes organizations are trying to hit deadlines, and so was glad to see this come before us. So I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 2, we've got a resolution authorizing Grand Rapids Police Department recruit class 25-02 to attend Grand Valley State University Police Academy for a cost up to $96,200.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for considering this resolution. This would authorize our next recruit class at GVSU. I'd like to give a staffing update and talk about the process when we do this. So as of March 1st, we were at 287 sworn officers with 10 recruits. Those recruits will complete their training process and be on solo patrol in October. The class that you're considering today would start the academy at the end of April, graduate in August, go through in-house training within the department for another 8 weeks, and they would hit solo patrol in January of 2026. And of course, 287 plus 10 is great, but there are some retirements in there as well, but we are outpacing retirements.
Great, thanks. That's encouraging news to hear for sure. So any questions or comments, colleagues?
No.
All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Item number 3, we've got a resolution authorizing a 3-year subaward agreement with Grand Rapids Community College and the city for the expansion and regionalization of the West Michigan Water Career Program. The city shall be reimbursed in an amount not to exceed $298,671 for costs incurred during the grant period.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Apologize for the congestion. What you have in front of you today is basically we are accepting a subrecipient grant award from GRCC tied to our water career program. I'm proud to say that through 3 cycles of it, we have 15 people that we've been able to place, 15 out of 15 placements into the water industry locally. We've actually started to spread out. We've got people now that are employed in Flint and then also in the city of Milwaukee that have gone through our program. We're very proud of this program, and now we're into the next step. We're just trying to regionalize it with other area water supplies and things like that. Our leadership for this group, for this program, is Ms. Hillary Karen. She's done a phenomenal job with the educational side of this as well as mentoring. This program is near and dear to my heart because I'm seeing new young people that want to come into this profession. So this grant carries on for a couple years. We're really excited about this opportunity.
Awesome, thanks. Any questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Thanks. All right, item number 4, we've got a resolution authorizing a contract with Cure Violence Global in the amount of $125,000 to provide training and technical assistance to support the continued effectuation of the Cure Violence model in Grand Rapids.
So moved.
Support.
All right, moved and supported. We got Mr. Davis here this morning. How are you?
Good morning. This is a resolution allowing us to contract with Cure Violence Global. Cure Violence Global is the organization that created the Cure Violence model, and they provide both the training and technical assistance and also the licensing for us to utilize the Cure Violence model here in Grand Rapids. The Grand Rapids Urban League is our implementing agency, and we already have a contract with them for this fiscal year. We're right at that cutoff period for Cure Violence Global, so this will allow us to have continuity of services.
Great, thanks. Colleagues, any questions or discussion on that one?
Yeah, I'm happy to see just us investing in restorative justice and to continue this programming that's been very vital for the community. So thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Item number 5, we've got a resolution authorizing an agreement with Baxter Community Center to provide summer day camp services at Joe Taylor Park in an amount of $60,000.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. As a reminder, this is the 5th consecutive summer of running day camps. We run them at 4 different sites, Joe Taylor Park, Martin Luther King Park, Garfield Park, and Roosevelt Park. At Joe Taylor Park, we contract with Baxter Neighborhood Center for services to lead the camp in this location. This is a camp that runs for 10 weeks and, of course, meets our strategic priority goal for a healthy community through the programming that we offer.
Great, thanks. Questions or comments, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That carries. Thank you. That'll bring us to item number 6. We've got a resolution approving PEG grant reimbursements for Grand Rapids Public Schools in the amount of $17,471.63.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported.
Good morning, Commissioners. I can cover
Morning.
this one this morning. This is a routine item that you see occasionally brought. Again, it's about $17,000 for a PEG grant reimbursement. The city receives quarterly revenue sharing funds from AT&T, Comcast, and MetroNet, and that funds what's called a Video Service Provider Capital Equipment Grant Program. And so PEG, as public educational and government organizations, are then able to apply for reimbursement for certain qualified equipment purchases. So this one is for Grand Rapids Public Schools, and that request has been deemed to meet the requirements necessary for reimbursement.
Great, thanks for the background info. Any discussion, colleagues? All right, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. Item number 7, we've got a resolution authorizing payment to the Grand Rapids Community Foundation in the amount of $166,311.66 for the City of Grand Rapids Affordable Housing Fund.
So moved.
Support?
All right, we got moved and supported.
Good morning once again. Pleased to put this item forward. The city has an ordinance that allows the city commission to grant property tax exemptions, and housing projects have the option of choosing between a service charge in the amount of 4% or option 2, a service charge in the amount of 1% with an additional 2% contribution to the Grand Rapids Affordable Housing Fund. So $166,000 is what has been accumulated currently under option 2, and we are looking for approval to go ahead and make that payment at this time. At a future date, a budget amendment request will also be brought forward to effectuate this.
Okay, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? Just out of curiosity, can you remind me what does the cadence look like for those payments? Like how often is it annual or quarterly?
It is annual.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, I will call the question. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. That'll bring us to item number 8. We've got our bid list resolution for March 25th, 2025.
So moved.
Support?
All right, moved and supported.
And once again, Commissioners, this morning, there's about 7 items on the bid list. They're all of a routine nature, but certainly happy to entertain any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions, colleagues? All righty, hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? It carries. And that'll bring us to item number 9. We've just got our comptroller's warrant report for the period of February 25th, 2025 through March 10th, 2025. And that's in the amount of $33,682,297.98.
So moved.
Support?
Mr. Comptroller?
Good morning, Commissioners. For the period reference, payments were released totaling approximately $33.6 million. This includes just under $5.5 million for our employee payroll expense and approximately $388,000 for income tax warrants. In terms of quantity, 4,239 income tax refunds were issued and 1,221 accounts payable checks were issued. And as indicated in the memo, Commissioners, I would like to state that these funds were not issued for payment by individuals in the city comptroller's office and not in accordance with the terms of the city charter. I do believe it is very important that we do follow the terms of our city charter, and not doing so does risk undermining our integrity and public trust in government. Thank you.
All right, that is received and filed. Then lastly, we've got item number 10, which is our treasurer's report for period of February 26th, 2025 through March 7th of 2025.
So moved.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Since November, there's been an intuitive sense of economic policy uncertainty, and with this report wanted to put some data behind that. A variety of federal policies in particular are, shall we say, in flux, whether that is tax policy, trade policy, and obviously the actions with respect to federal grant payments and that sort of thing. The net effect of that is, as you can see, is overall instability in markets. Volatility has increased, and not only the stock market, which you hear about in the evening news, and your 401k, but also bond markets in which the city operates for its investments. Forward-looking projections for things like interest rates are highly uncertain. The dispersion between, projected outcomes has widened. So the risk there is that uncertainty would undermine business capital investment and ultimately wind up lowering our overall rate of growth and therefore employment, even if the ultimate place where policy land winds up being favorable. The uncertainty in the meantime and the wild swings back and forth certainly make it difficult for businesses to plan going forward. Having said that, the Treasurer's Office approach to the city's own investments is incredibly conservative, incredibly focused on safety above all else. So the sorts of securities that we engage in purchasing, treasuries, agencies, Michigan municipal bonds that are taxable, commercial paper of a particularly high grade. The Treasurer's Office is confident that the portfolio is performing well, safe and liquid. Overall, the size of the portfolio is roughly $721 million, earning 3.22% as purchase yield. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thanks. Any questions, colleagues? All right, hearing none. Well, as we've done the past 2 months, we'll just wait, listen, watch, and keep moving forward one day at a time. So, all right, so we'll receive and file that. It is 8:43 in the morning. We'll go ahead and adjourn this meeting.
now 9:15. We'll go ahead and call our Community Development Committee to order. Good morning, everyone. Our first item is a resolution approving a memorandum of understanding with Congregation Emmanuel, doing business as Temple Emmanuel GR, for installation and operation of an irrigation system at a portion of Oak Lawn Cemetery.
So moved.
Support?
Moved and supported. Mr. Marquardt?
Good morning, Commissioners. You might be asking yourselves why we need an agreement to put in an irrigation system. This is a really unique relationship with the temple. Prior to the city owning and operating this cemetery, the temple owned portions of the cemetery when it was privately owned, and so now they would like to install an irrigation system, which we don't typically do in our city cemeteries because of the cost to operate and maintain. And so since we are running water lines already, new water lines within the cemetery, the temple will be taking advantage of that construction opportunity and putting in an irrigation system at their own cost. And so this memorandum really solidifies who's doing what and at whose cost, and with your approval, we look forward to moving forward with this project with the temple.
Thank you. Thanks for that detail. Colleagues, questions? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution scheduling a public hearing for Tuesday, April 29th, 2025, to consider a naming new park space at 680 Cesar Chavez Avenue Southwest, known as Navarro Plaza. Do you have a motion?
So moved.
Support. Moved and supported.
Great. Commissioners, again, pleased to be bringing this item in front of you. We're asking for a public hearing on this item. Last year, at the completion of design, the Parks Department with the community embarked on a park naming process per our city policy. That process included a group of 10 Roosevelt Park neighbors that was a stakeholder group looking at naming opportunities. The stakeholder group reviewed 164 name submissions from that citywide process, and that stakeholder group then selected unanimously 6 finalists, one of which is Navarro Plaza, that was elevated back up through that citywide poll. The important piece here in the memo that I think is worth highlighting: community members who submitted the name. Navarro Plaza, during the citywide suggestion period, provided the explanation to the significance of the name, which honors Miguel and Isabel Navarro, founders of El Matador Tortilla Chip Company, and prominent local entrepreneurs. So the family has given their approval to use of this name if City Commission adopts this name after the public hearing.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions?
I just want to say thank you to the city for really trying very hard to represent the neighborhood in naming this plaza. It's a very key part of the neighborhood, and I know that there are many different kinds of people that live in the neighborhood. We've got Hispanic people, African American people. We've got, a large group of immigrants in that neighborhood. And so to be able to have a placemaking space where they're able to gather and also feel like hopefully a name is chosen that represents the neighborhood is kind of an important feature for those that live there. I've heard a lot of good feedback. I've heard some negative, of course, because that's how it works. But overall, I think, for me personally, and listening to this and knowing the story of where the name's coming from, is an interesting piece of history. So I would be very eager to hear what people will have to say at the public hearing, and I hope people actually attend and or send in their comments.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll just add my comments as well. I think when I saw this on the agenda, I was assuming that was for the Navarro family, just recognizing the efforts and really the long-standing history of their entrepreneurship and service in the city. So it's great to get to 164 names down to 6 finalists. I want to thank you and your team and the community engagement, because to get to 164 to 6 and then a unanimous, I want to recognize also those efforts by the city. Hearing no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Item number 3, thank you, David. Item number 3 is a resolution awarding a contract with Gaminga and Rotovotes Inc. for water main replacement, reconstruction, and resurfacing in Burton Street from 120 feet east of Division Avenue to Giddings Avenue in the amount of $9,213,896.50. with a total amount not to exceed $11,164,691.
Support?
Moved and supported. Mr. Bergman?
Good morning, Commissioners. Yes, replacing water main, reconstructing and resurfacing this over 1.5 mile stretch of Burton between Division and Giddings. It'll include 113 lead service line replacements as part of the water main work, some minor storm sewer upgrades, curb and sidewalk repairs, new ADA ramps, all as part of this this major construction project. We did give the contractor the option to construct in either 25 or 26 to help obtain some competitive bid pricing, and we feel we realized that in the results that were received. Indications at this point are that the contractor plans to do this project entirely in 2026. So that's why it's not one of the ones featured on the 2025 slate at your Commission Night Out meeting tonight. But K&R did provide the low bid in that amount that was read of just over $9.2 million under the engineer's estimate of 9.4. This project is one of 4 to be funded by the Drinking Water Revolving Fund loan that the city has obtained through the state of Michigan. That loan amount is estimated at $19 million, of which just over $4 million is eligible for principal forgiveness, and that covers specifically the lead service line replacement work. Remaining funding for this project will come from the Water System Fund and Vital Streets Fund, so asking for your approval of the award to K&R and that total not to exceed amount authorized at $11,164,691.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Bergman? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 4 is a resolution awarding a contract with SPS Pro Plumbing LLC for replacement of lead service lines at various locations, contract number 2025-1, in the amount of $2,925,737, with the total project cost not to exceed $3,510,860.
So moved.
Support. Mr. Bergman?
So we're continuing with our lead service line replacement efforts. This one is a full replacement, so replacing the existing lead service that's between the water main and the meter with new copper services, estimated 421 to be done under this project. Work will begin this summer and is required to be completed by fall of 2026. SPS Plumbing provided that low bid amount that was just read of $2.9 million, which was under our estimate of $3.5 million. Again, this is one of 4 projects funded by the DWRF loan with principal forgiveness on a portion of it that I referenced in the earlier item. And so seeking your approval of the award to SPS Pro with that total amount not to exceed of $3,510,860.
Any questions, colleagues?
I think it's just exciting to continue to see how much work we're doing to replace lead lines, and this is a huge part of our infrastructure. So, you know, the construction's going to be worth it.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 5 is a resolution awarding a contract with Ponstein Enterprises LLC, doing business as Georgetown Construction, for reconstruction of Kendall Street and Fruitwood Drive in the amount of $1,938,359, with a total amount not to exceed $2,613,528.
So moved. Support?
So we're replacing water main and reconstructing and resurfacing portions of Kendall and Fruitwood Drive. The work includes that replacement of aged water main as well as associated water services along those residential stretches. Again, some minor storm sewer upgrades, sidewalk repair, and ADA ramp installation. We provided the option again of a 2025 or 2026 construction season, or doing one road segment in each to help facilitate competitive bid pricing, and again feel we realize the benefits of that flexibility in the bids received. Georgetown did provide that low bid of $1.9 million under our estimate of $2.2 million. So seeking your approval of the award to Georgetown and the authorization of expenditures of $2,613,528 will come from the Water System Fund and the Vital Streets Funds. And Georgetown has indicated that they intend to construct both of these locations in 2025.
Thank you. Colleagues, questions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 6 is a resolution approving a construction agreement and accepting public utilities easement for North Beltline development.
So moved?
Support.
This private development consists of 2 commercial buildings that are located north of Knapp, east of the Beltline in Grand Rapids Township. Buildings will be served by our city sewer and water utilities, so seeking your approval of this construction agreement between Grand Rapids, the township, and the developer, and acceptance of the associated easements that'll give us right to maintain the utilities once installed.
Thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 7 is a resolution approving an agreement for construction management services with Clark Construction Company for construction of fire department training facility at 850 Panel Street Northwest in the amount of $20,678,692 with a total amount not to exceed $26,856,892.
Moved.
Support?
Moved and supported. Mr. Bergman?
Clark has been working with us, providing pre-construction services along with our designer on the fire training center. We originally selected them about 1 year ago in March of last year through a qualification-based selection process and commission approved that pre-construction services agreement. We've now advanced the project to a design stage where we can proceed with the initial phase of bidding. So this first package under Clark will contain the pre-engineered metal buildings, getting those on order. Concrete work, steel work, site utilities, and earthwork. So the resolution before you enters into the construction management services agreement with them with that amount of just over $20.6 million, with the total not to exceed $26,856,892. After this initial phase is underway and once design is 100% completed, we will return to commission again to seek your approval of an amendment to the agreement that will finalize the GMP or guaranteed maximum price for the project at a future date.
And what's the timeline for this one, Mr. Bergman?
We're targeting March of 2027 for a completion date for fire.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Well, this is our big exciting one, right, Chief? So it's really great to see how quickly this is moving along and that it's staying on track and hopefully it'll stay on budget, and we'll have a great new training facility for all our fire department staff. I think it's a great project, obviously.
Thank you. Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 8 is a resolution approving an encroachment agreement with Mary Free Bed Medical Group related to the proposed pedestrian bridge for encroachments in Wealthy Street Southeast.
So moved.
Support?
Mr. Bergman?
Mary Free Bed Hospital is seeking to install an enclosed pedestrian bridge and an arch structure adjacent to that, connecting the hospital to their new 3-story building that's under construction at 220 Wealthy. The walkway will cross the Wealthy Street right-of-way just east of Jefferson Avenue. City Planning Commission approved the special land use and site plan review for the project on August 22nd of last year, and so now it comes before you in the process via this requested encroachment agreement, which sets out the terms and conditions associated with permitting this encroachment in city right-of-way. Request has been reviewed by the appropriate city departments, and there are no objections.
Any questions on this item?
I think it sounds like a good idea. Is this going to actually go over the road then?
Correct. Yes, yeah. So similar to, what we see throughout the downtown in terms of pedestrian walkways that are enclosed. It'll connect their new facility. Yeah.
I think that'll be great, especially because there's a lot of my kids go to the doctor there. So, it's like being able to go to the hospital across the way without having to deal with traffic will be great, and weather and everything. So nice to see this. Good idea.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item number 9 is a resolution approving a facility encroachment agreement with CX Transportation, Inc. in connection with water main relocation and public easement southwest along Martin Luther King Jr. Street.
So moved.
Support?
we've been working with our partners at MDOT on an upcoming project that'll replace the East Ramp Bridge. So this is just on the east side of the on-off ramps to northbound 131 on MLK Junior Street, the portion that crosses the railroad tracks that are east of the highway. There's an existing 12-inch water main that runs under the length of the bridge that needs to be replaced to avoid conflicts with the new bridge foundations and piers. The current one actually runs through, the water main runs through the foundations of the existing bridge that's out there today. So the new water main requires an encroachment agreement between the city and CSX, the railroad, to facilitate relocation within their right-of-way. Costs and the relocation and fees associated with it are being borne by MDOT as part of their overall project costs, but we're the ones that need to enter into the agreement with the railroad. Another encroachment is necessary. Encroachment agreement is necessary for the Grand Elk Railroad tracks. That's between these CSX rail lines and 131. Then we'll return with that at a future meeting, and you'll also be seeing an MDOT agreement at a future meeting as well that will cover the city's portion of the roadway costs associated with this project.
Any questions on this item?
I'm curious, related, there was a lot of engagement last summer around MDOT's plan to potentially update Wealthy Bridge and just update the highways in general. So kind of on-off ramp is reminding me of that. Do you have a sense of where that is and when that might kick off? And I haven't heard anything in quite a while.
Yes, so that was the Planning and Environmental Linkages, or PEL study, which is an early planning phase document that MDOT has been working on for years. We actually just met with them on Friday as part of a quarterly coordination meeting the city has standing with MDOT. They're working to finalize that PEL study, and then that will inform and help move into the stages that will look further specifically at the Wealthy interchange. And the city received a $10 million MEDC grant for looking at that interchange, doing some initial design work, even some land acquisition, utility relocation work. So we're waiting for that PEL study to finalize before we fully launch into that. But robust engagement will be part of that Wealthy analysis and looking at what could that interchange look like in terms of reconnecting the communities on either side. And so more will be coming on that in the near future.
Were other on-off ramps part of that?
Yes, the PEL study looked at the corridor basically from Cherry south through the city. I'm forgetting what the southern terminus was, but pretty significant. And then, even with the Wealthy interchange, we'll be looking, generally I think it's Cherry to Hall, but looking at the on-ramps and the configurations in the general vicinity of that immediate interchange.
Good, thank you for that. I think that the one coming from MLK on north and south is pretty tight and needs some repair. So when is a good time that you think it will make sense for just some general updates on that project to come back to us? I know you said there's quite a bit of runway here still.
Right, so on the MLK bridge replacement, or more on the Wealthy?
General MDOT.
I think in the next probably 6 months we'll be kickstarting that off, and so there'd be more to share at that point in terms of what the overall time frame would look like. There's not funding to replace the Wealthy interchange at this point, but that funding that was obtained through MEDC to study it further certainly will go a long way in terms of the viability of that project, accelerating some of the environmental review, looking at options and configurations of what it could be, and that is a necessary step to be able to obtain the full funding that would be required, which would be done through MDOT.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no other questions, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is a resolution approving certifications to and decertifications from the city's local street system, 2024 Act 51 Street Systems Report.
To move?
Support.
So each year, we formally certify or decertify, as the case may be, streets, segments that are added or deleted from the city street network as part of our Act 51 report. That recognizes streets that were either constructed as part of new development or removed as part of vacations and subsequently closed. This is part of the formula that's associated with the state's distribution of the gas and weight tax. Streets that were added in this resolution that's before you included Hazen, Willard, Linden, and Merritt, which were part of the dwelling place development located at 2080 Union. That added 1,343 feet of roadway. And then streets that were vacated and now deleted from our inventory include King Court, 600 feet, 50 feet west of Granville, and a small segment of Ionia, about 89 feet, that was originally removed as part of the reconfiguration of the division in Ionia westbound 196 on-ramps that was done actually back in 2019. These adjustments to our Act 51 report result in a net increase of 604 feet and request your approval of this resolution as part of our submission to the state.
Questions for Mr. Berkman? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? It carries. Item number 11 is a resolution rejecting bids for improvements at Collindale Avenue Sanitary Lift Station.
So moved. Okay.
Moved and supported, Mr. Berkman?
And we received only one bid for this sanitary sewer lift station replacement that's located at the northwest corner of Collindale and O'Brien Road. And that bid of almost $800,000 was more than double what our estimate was. Project team's reevaluating the approach to the project, including looking at some alternate means of the sewer pipe coming into the lift station. The current design included helical piles because of the poor soil conditions, but that is a specialty subcontractor work item. And we also believe that the limited contractor availability remaining this season contributed to that higher price. So we're looking at reevaluating the approach and would like to return later with a different project. And so seeking your approval to reject the bid that was received, and we'll return at a later date.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Berkman?
Can you just let us know why these kinds of projects need to be addressed, like with the lift station, what that really does for the community?
Yeah, so sanitary sewer lift stations exist throughout the community just because of elevation and gravity. Sewers can only take you so far, and so at some point you get to a lift station that lifts it, forces it to another gravity location, but there's pumps and telemetry and systems involved in those that have a service life and wear and tear. And so this station was reaching the end of its useful service life and in need of replacement. And so we're looking to upgrade it and bring a new one online.
And with the rejection of this bid, when would you be able to estimate the work would be done, the next bid, et cetera?
Yeah, we're looking to rebid it this fall, and then likely construction would begin this next construction season, so 2026.
Thank you for that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Our last item for today is item number 12, which is a resolution approving an increase of $133,686 for installation of low voltage construction of city facilities at 1500 Scribner for a total not to exceed $790,246.
Moved.
Support.
Moved and supported. Mr. Berkman?
Commission awarded a contract to Hilliard last August for the installation of this low voltage cabling. That's cables that support communication and technology devices at our new public services center under construction at 1500 Scribner. Following the initiation of that work, it became apparent that the city's preferred equipment vendor, so the one that's supplying the materials to be installed, the audiovisual equipment, TV monitors, speakers in the ceilings, microphones, amplifiers, things of that nature, did not include all of the audiovisual equipment that was required for the facility. There were some rooms that were left off. And so the original equipment list had been provided to all prospective bidders, so this would not have impacted the bid results that were received and the award basis that was made to Hilliard originally. And also worth noting that the increased materials that are being requested with this authorization increase, there's is no markup on top of that being provided by the contractor that's installing it. We're just trying to add the necessary equipment to the contract. So seeking your approval of this authorization of $133,686, which will cover the material increase. And then Hilliard already has the price included in their original bid to finish the installation.
Questions for Mr. Bergman?
Thank you for that. Just, we want everyone to be able to get their presentations and work done, right, at the new facility, so.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That concludes our Community Development Committee meeting.
Don't do a roll call, right? So the first item of business before us today is resolution declaring the necessity of the Uptown Business Improvement District Special Assessment Rule. Yeah, thank you.
Support.
Support, great. Before we go too much further, I will point out that I own a building in this district, and I've conferred with the city attorney who does not think that I have a conflict on this. That being said, I'm a big believer in even dealing with the appearance of impropriety. So I intend to be, I'm not going to bind myself to not discuss this item, but I do not intend to vote on it. So,
Mayor, I see Ms. Behrens here, but we've had a public hearing on this item, and Ms. Renero highlighted the 5-year formula to increase the assessment over the next period, and the Uptown bid is supportive of it, so we would recommend commission approval.
great. Anyone want to discuss this? We did have a good briefing earlier. And, for the viewing public's information, the business improvement districts are essentially self-assessing units in business areas that assess and, do improvements in those areas. And the most notable one that I was actually a beneficiary of in this district was a facade improvement grant. So it does things like that. It does participates in street cleanup and all those kinds of activities with the hope of strengthening business communities. So, not seeing any other questions or discussion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? All those abstaining? Me. Thank you. Motion passes. That brings us along to briefings, and the big and probably longest briefing in the morning we're going to do first. That is our materials management overview update. And City Manager.
Yeah, Mayor, thanks for allowing us time this morning. We're going to try, and I just want the staff to be mindful. Let's try to conclude all the briefings this morning. I hate to even give the time, by 11:45 to give the commission time. So be mindful in your briefing, your remarks. But we have talked about this last fall at the City Commission retreat, and again this mid-year in terms of evaluating our materials management process and looking for a way to create more efficiency, as well as being more environmental conscious. And so the study has been completed, and Mr. Gorney is going to give us a high-level overview of the study, and we'll see what feedback we have from the commission in terms of future steps.
All right, thank you, City Manager. Good morning, Mayor, Commissioners, City Attorney. As City Manager said, we appreciate the time and the ability to be here and give you an update on what we are doing in the department, and then some updates and some history of materials management in the city as a whole. Before I get started, I did want to let you know that your refuse recycling staff is very dedicated, committed. They're a great group of individuals, very unique group of individuals. They love what they do for the city. So with that, I do want to introduce two folks that have come with me today. So Bob Swain is the manager for our department for Public Works, and then Nicole Rapacki is our recycling coordinator. So they're here as experts for me as we go through this presentation. So first of all, the purpose today is to, first of all, review the recommendations from the rate study from last year. If you recall, for those of you that were here, we went out for an RFP looking for a vendor to come in, do a complete rate study, overhaul, and review of what we do here at the city. We contracted with SCS Engineers. They are a nationwide vendor, and they did a fantastic job for us. For those of you that are new to your positions, we want to make sure you have a review of what materials management is for the city, and then provide some history. And then specifically want to focus in and hone in on the key operational considerations. And you're not making decisions today, this is just information, but specifically want to talk about the single or exclusive hauler recommendation that was made by the vendor for residential trash service. So when I say exclusive or single hauler, meaning the recommendation is that the city become the only hauler in the city for residential service. And then from there, we're going to give you some updates on what we've been doing for engagement, and then what we think are the next steps in the program. So with the rate study had these main components. The rate study took a good look at our current model, which is the pay-as-you-throw model versus, our model, which is an open market compared to being the exclusive hauler. So the model with the open market means anybody can be a trash hauler in the city. And with that, we have other licensed haulers within the city. So specifically for residential service, there are about a half a dozen other providers, two that hold the most accounts. And we'll talk some more about that as we go through. Then the study focused in on our pay-as-you-throw model that we have in the city, which is very popular compared to a traditional monthly or quarterly bill. So I will say this, they made statements to us about our pay-as-you-throw system being the most fair, equitable, and equal system across the nation. They did take a look at a ready-to-serve charge, which we did not recommend that from the study. They looked at rebalancing some revenue, and I'll get into some of the different services that we provide overall. They took a deep dive into our onboard truck technology, which is essential for the pay-as-you-throw system that we have and then how that works. And then they also took a look at the Kent County's sustainability park, proposed sustainability park, and how that would impact us going into the future. So the recommendations that came out of that study, they requested that we align our rates with the cost to provide service. So what we found that some of the services were out of balance with what we were charging. We were not recouping all of the costs that we should to provide those services. They recommended a rate plan, and if you remember, we did adopt a new rate in July of last year. And then they asked us to consider a ready-to-serve charge, which was not recommended or adopted. And then lastly, as I mentioned, the city becoming the exclusive hauler for residential service. So what is materials management in the city of Grand Rapids? Our department provides refuse collection and disposal, recycling collection and disposal, yard waste collection and disposal, so yard waste collection at the curb as well as the compost or drop-off facility. These are the core activities within our materials management purview. So there's 17 core activities, and these costs that you see here or expenses are from last year. So they're not for what you'll see in the upcoming or proposed budget this year, but the percentages are accurate. And I want to point out two enhancements that we had over the last couple of years. We did add a corridor cleaning crew, which is a millage-funded expense. And so that corridor cleaning crew is focused on specific corridors throughout the city, cleaning up trash, helping out with the homeless population, and our homeless outreach team. Additionally, we added some options for neighborhood cleanups, or better known dumpster days. And so we've added additional cleanup days for the neighborhoods that have requested them. And then some other components of that, we've added recycling, scrap metal collection. A new one, which is pretty interesting, is the textile and styrofoam recycling. All right, so pay as you throw. As I mentioned, we are an open market in the city. There are about a half a dozen other haulers that are licensed within the city. We have approximately 80 to 90% of the residential market. And so why am I saying 80 to 90%? It depends on where we draw the line for that threshold. If we talk about just single-family homes, we are over 90% of that market. We've made the distinction at 4 units. So at 4 units, we have a little bit less of the market. If we go all the way to 6 units, which we haven't necessarily done, but if we take a look at that, we're going to be closer to having about 80% of the market. The private haulers, I will tell you, they want us to stay away from those larger units, and we'll talk a little bit about that as we go forward. Prior to our pay-as-you-throw system, so in 2010 is when pay-as-you-throw was adopted by the city, we had about 12,000 customers, residential customers around the city. You can see throughout the years we've grown. So in 2016, as a benchmark year, the city had about 43,000 residential customers throughout the city. And then today, again, based on where we draw that threshold, we're 52 to 53,000 customers. The nice thing about our system is it's customizable to your household needs. So we have 3 different cart sizes at 3 different rates. It's self-managed account. So you pay only when you need service. Additionally, we have income qualified services. So we have a partnership with Home Repair Services of West Michigan, and they help us to identify folks that could use that service. And right now we have roughly 900 customers on our income qualified service. We also provide an assisted service, or what we call a backdoor service, for folks that aren't able to get their cart out to the curb. And then for those that don't want to be on our system, we still have the blue bag system, so the option to purchase blue bags. As I mentioned, the RFID technology is necessary for our pay-as-you-throw system. There have been some questions about whether or not that system is accurate, and we have found that we're near 99% accurate with that system. We have a really good replacement program with the RFID tags in the carts. So as they start to fail, we are very quick to replace those tags. Excuse me. Oops. Some other components of refuse collection in the city. We do have some commercial customers. The majority of those are other city departments, but we do have, so for instance, we have River House as one of our commercial customers. Within that, we have one person dedicated to collecting bulk items throughout the city on a daily basis, and here's some examples: mattresses, furniture, appliances of bulk items that need to be collected. And then illegal dumping, and we'll talk some more about illegal dumping as we go through and what we hope to see happen with our system going forward. And then one that's not necessarily known, but dead animal cleanup is part of that as well. So what do we do once we collect refuse? We are under a flow control ordinance with the county. So the county dictates where haulers dispose of the waste that they collect. And that is specific for any hauler within the city. And if you've been keeping up on that, that's now any hauler within the county. So over the last 40 years, we have been required as a hauler to bring our waste to the waste to energy facility. A little bit of history here. The city of Grand Rapids has actually been collecting trash for well over 100 years. And at one point in time, there was an incinerator on the property at 201 Market. From the 1950s to early 1970s, everything that was collected within the city went to the Butterworth, now closed Butterworth landfill. Once that landfill closed, we partnered with Kent County. Everything went out to the South Kent landfill. In the mid-1980s, there was an agreement, and I mentioned this already, the agreement with Kent County and the core 6 cities for flow control. So all the waste collected within those cities was brought to the waste to energy facility. That was a 40-year agreement that, as you've been made aware, expired this year, 2025. Again, some historical context here. The rates have changed a little bit over the years, and they've gone up and down based on what was going on. A couple of things that are important to point out here. With the waste to energy facility itself, the quantity of material that is brought to that facility, the county cannot handle all of that. So there's a portion of it that is transported out to the landfill, at the South Kent landfill. There were some very significant capital improvements that took place over the last few years. And then now the county is facing a decommissioning of that facility. So by 2040, that facility needs to be decommissioned. Recycling within the city, it is a millage-funded expense for us. And what that means for property owners, they don't necessarily see a direct out-of-pocket cost, which can be confusing sometimes in the thought that maybe it's a free service. We have about 56,000 recycling customers throughout the city. We have experienced some challenges with contamination because of, like I mentioned, there's that thought that it's maybe a free service. With Nicole's help, we've been able to engage with the community and do quite a bit of recycling education, so we're hoping to see that mindset change as we go forward. Wanted to let you know that we've had the opportunity to receive some grant funding through Eagle and Recycling Partnership. So a couple things that have come out of that, we have 2 large facilities where we are providing multifamily recycling. And then we talked about it late last year. Prairie Robotics was a company or a system that we put into our trucks, a few of our recycling trucks, where we were able to identify through a camera system material that was not necessarily recyclable or acceptable material at our Kent County facility. So the Kent County's material recycling facility was opened in 2010. At the time, the tip fee was a $0 per tip fee, and you can see here how the tip fees have changed over the years. And most of that is keeping up with costs to handle and process the material. And then the county has a lot of information on what they do with that material once they receive it and process it. Finally, the last piece of our materials management system is the curbside yard waste and then our composting facility. So it's been interesting. We have a cart system, a bag and tag system. As we've been engaging with the community, we're hearing folks that are really passionate about having a cart and others that are really passionate about having bags and tags. So it's a mixed bag. It is a millage supported portion of our program. A piece of this, though, that the residents don't directly see. So storm debris that we collect and or our forestry division collects is taken out to that facility, the Domtar facility. It is processed with the other material that's out there. We've also been able to incorporate our street sweepings, specifically the leaf collection that we do, into those compost operations as well. So we have a contract with We Care Denali. We Care Denali has done a really good job. They're professional. They're experts in their field. We've struggled a little bit with some of their customer service, but we've been working closely with them to identify those issues and correct them. Most importantly, they provide and they produce a quality product at the end of the day.
Mr. Gorney?
Yes, sir.
In the interest of time, can you try to wrap up your presentation in the next 5 minutes and get through the remainder slides? Okay.
Yes. Yep. So real quick, organics, we're looking at some organics, some food waste. We'll be bringing that to you in the future, near future. So establishing future strategies, we are specifically looking at focusing in on that single hauler and why we want to address that with you today. So I'm going to, I guess, move a little quicker here. Some assumptions that the consultant came back to us with is some that you've seen already, where we draw the line and how many new customers we would have, what it would take to then be able to handle those customers. And we are already looking at what it would take to rebalance our routes. Some of our routes are 600 customers, some are up to 1,200 customers in a day. So why would we want to be the exclusive hauler? Why would this be recommended to us? These are the 4 main reasons. Ensure that every property has refuse service. There have been some communication with the neighborhood associations claiming that not every residential home currently has service. And because we don't have all those folks as customers, we can't prove one way or the other with the other haulers that are out there. Less wear and tear on roads, lower greenhouse gas emissions, and of course, level of service. So I'll quickly go through these here. We've found that there are folks that do hoard or keep their trash through the year and then save it up for dumpster days specifically. And with the hope of having a cleaner community, we believe that if we're providing the service to everybody, we can make sure that every home has service. Fully loaded garbage truck can weigh up to 50,000 pounds, so that's a lot of wear and tear on our streets. We believe that if we're the single hauler, we're driving down every street now as it is anyways, so driving past every home in the city. If we eliminate 4 or 5 trucks off the road, we're going to reduce the wear and tear on our city streets. We will also reduce the amount of CO2 emissions by 400 to 500 metric tons annually. Quick note here on CNG, we're in the process of changing over our fleet to CNG, so we have about 40 trucks in our fleet. And we currently have 6 of those trucks are CNG. This year, we have 11 trucks that were ordered over 2 years ago. They're all starting to show up now. So we will have nearly half of our fleet switched over to CNG by the end of the year. This is just a quick graph to show you average fuel economy, and refuse truck is at the very bottom, so it's important. And then the service that we provide, as mentioned, we have the 3 cart sizes, the pay-as-you-throw, and the other service. But lastly, customer service. The 311, it really is a great one-stop shop. So if you're a new resident, you call in, you're setting up water service, sewer service, let's add refuse service to that as well. What's the impact to the residents? On average, the commercial haulers around the area are charging about $30 a month for a fixed rate, and some are monthly, some are quarterly, and this is how our rates compare. Now, what we found, because of the pay-as-you-throw system, that the average customer that we have, the average resident, is only presenting their cart to be tipped on a 50% basis, so half the time. And that's simply because of how our system works, so it should be a benefit to the customer. The engagement that that's taken place so far, we've been meeting with the neighborhood associations. We intend to meet with folks as we go through the neighborhood cleanups, the dumpster days. We've introduced the idea to the Rental Property Owners Association. We have some more follow-up with them, as well as the chamber. And we have met with directly 2 of the larger private haulers that provide service in the city. So a couple things with that. The bread and butter for them really is the commercial service, and we're not talking about taking away commercial service. We're simply talking about absorbing the residential customers that they have. Tonight's going to be a great night for us to engage with the community at the Commission Night Out. And then you've been made aware that there is a community survey out there right now. And one of the questions that we've asked is, would you support Grand Rapids shifting to an exclusive hauler? And as of yesterday, this is the response. Our next steps continue engagement through the end of the summer. If it's determined based on all the information that we collect that a single hauler is desired, we'll come back to you and ask, we'll make a recommendation, which would include ordinance changes or recommended ordinance changes to allow that. And then our timeline really is going to be a 2-year process, and that's mostly driven by what it takes to order and receive new trucks. So we would be looking at purchasing those trucks at the end of this year if approved, and then full implementation would not be until near the end of 2027. So with that, happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Yes, so I've been really interested in this single hauler idea. I think it sounds good. The infrastructure benefits are there. As someone who was on Vital Streets Oversight Commission, I'm familiar with that and the need for that with our streets. I'm also familiar with the positive environmental impacts. But the big question here for, I believe, my constituents is going to be the cost. So I need to know where you all are in terms of, would this be cost neutral with the current rates covering the cost of single hauler, or would constituents, would our neighbors be charged more for this programming? That's my biggest concern, and what I believe the people of our community will deeply be concerned about.
Certainly. So to answer that question, I'll go back to this slide here. When we look at the average cost that's being charged by private haulers now, we compete with that cost if we're looking at a 4-time per month tip. But as I mentioned, the average customer that we have based on our pay-as-you-throw system is only presenting their cart 50% of the time. So for us, we're looking at, there's a good possibility that we could help them save money. To then fully answer your question, we do not anticipate any changes to the rate. We anticipate the rate would stay the same.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sassi.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, John. I know that, Mr. Gorney, I know that we obviously talked about this at
probably almost a year ago, I think, city manager, kind of just this introduction, and would certainly echo my colleague's question about, cost. And I think one of the questions that I had first, so was around, I'll ask my questions and then you can kind of take them, was really around the technology. So, I was an intern and longtime employee at Cascade Engineering.
Yes.
So that RFID technology, we're talking about right now, but also thinking for the future, what are those technology investments or capital, what that might look like in the future. I know we're going to make potentially a decision here and have to look at the ordinance, but I'm interested in the technology upgrades that might exist in this environment to the point of, how do we get that the highest level quality. I do believe that we do have a high level of quality. To be honest, I've lived in Grand Rapids my whole life. I didn't even know that you couldn't use anything outside of the city when I bought my home 15 years ago, and I'm very happy with my service. So I wanted to ask a question about the technology. I also wanted to ask a question about how does really kind of going to this potential single hauler allow for other innovations inside materials management at the curbside, particularly around like composting? I think that's a consistent question. I know I've talked to a number of you about. And so how do we open that up as we, kind of look for these efficiencies? I too have heard from other neighborhood associations about their concerns about illegal dumping. I know that was a concern that city manager responded to over probably about 18 months ago, just different corridors, having that experience. I talked to you this morning. I didn't get to talk to my First Ward colleagues yet, but I take my niece to Southwest Community Campus a couple times a week, and the amount of trash, and when I'm talking trash, it is full, empty pint bottles, glass, and these are babies going to school every single day. And so I'd like to just highlight that as, I don't know what that looks like in that corridor, but certainly want to continue to talk with our schools, but also think about that corridor as well. And I'm not sure if that's that situation of what does it look like subscribers, but I'd love to know what is the subscriber amount in that area near the school. We asked the question, Commissioner Kilgore asked the question about cost comparison. And then I think my last question was, you talked about, I think we did a full review last year too about the resident assistance with home repair services. I think they're a trusted organization and community. I think individuals, I think they're doing a good job serving individuals. And also we know that over the last probably 30 years, 40 years, wages have been compressed for individuals. The cost of living has increased. And so has there been any thought about how we might look at that assistance level? I'm not sure what the requirements are from an income basis, but perhaps as we take this single hauler on, could we look at that and make some adjustments, knowing that, most cost of living increases for individuals have been about 3% and inflation anywhere 7 to 9%. So, and I don't think our city treasurer is here to correct me on that, but so I'd like to also explore what that might be as we are discussing this. So some of them are comments, not necessarily questions for you, John, but probably more for my colleagues. But technology, maybe the composting, and then the assistance. Yeah.
I think I can grab each one of them if you would like to. So RFID technology, it is a very robust, it's a good system that we have. We do realize that the system we're currently using does have a sunset. It's coming to the end of its life. We've been working with some other manufacturers and doing some demos. We've done a couple of really good demos. RFID technology is unique, and it's been challenging, but we do have a couple of companies that are coming on board that we think are going to be great in the future. So as we move forward, we will bring those to you for likely replacing our current technology. As far as more composting options at the curb, so we are part of this survey, and part of our engagement is asking, well, what do you think about our system? What ideas do you have to make it better? And then in addition to that, we are exploring food waste or organics options right now. As far as illegal dumping, the services that we provide to help in those areas are millage-based services, so residents are paying for that service already. We have a fantastic corridor cleaning crew. In fact, The crew leader of that crew received an award from the police department last night. So they're very responsive, and we've been able to move around the city. We have some capacity to add some other areas if need be. But we've also had some success with working with not only residents but business owners to help in that process. And then lastly, with resident assistance, we do review those requirements with home repair services. So they use I don't recall the name of the system right now, but it's a federal system that they're using. And we have enhanced our engagement with the community, talking about this, making sure that they're aware of it, if you will, and then making sure that it's on our website. So there are some options to review that, certainly.
Follow-up question for you, Mr. Gorney. So you showed the slide of the percentages. I've seen a lot of engagement on social media, at least in my circle, where folks are, sharing it and, some really supportive, some unsure, trying to find, I've gotten some questions into that. And so, yes, I didn't see when it flashed how many respondents and how long has it been open for?
I think it's been open about a month.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck.
So first, let me just echo, thank you, colleagues, for your great questions. And I'm here to offer a counterbalance thought and do a little pushback on this cost idea. First of all, the environmental impacts, the road savings, the idea, like all of this is spot on. But I think we do need to really take a moment and pause and look at that data about the cost savings. I think that it's convenient to say 2 times a month is what our typical user is using. Therefore, there'll be a cost savings. But for those, first of all, who would be switching from a 4 times a month, you have to acknowledge that it is an increase. Secondly, is there a chicken and egg situation where, for instance, in my own usage, we upgraded to a larger bin and now do not take it out as much as we want because we're looking for cost savings? So is that 2 times a month actually already people trying to save? So, and then I really like what Commissioner Isazi is saying about expanding who is looked at for these additional help with the garbage, because I myself have in the past not qualified for home repair services help. Not on this, but on other programs. And there are times where families may be $200 too much in the year of their income, or $400 too much a year in their income to qualify. And yet they're struggling. So from my own personal experience as a landlord, I have had tenants who did not have garbage service and then created code compliance issues and neighborhood waste issues and safety issues with animals and things like that. So I think that we really need to think about when we're moving to or considering moving to a single hauler system, how to equitably distribute those costs, and to realize that for people who maybe even can afford it, they're looking at, in many of these neighborhoods, already complaining about their property taxes going up and this idea that we're paying for all these things. So I don't have a solution, unfortunately, at this time, but I am here just to push back on that idea that there is a cost savings. And, maybe one idea would be looking at if you are eligible for Medicaid or something like that, that you're automatically eligible for the cost savings on the program for the hauler. But other than that, the other stuff is all good stuff that we actually do need to really push back on community and have them really hear us loud and clear. We have to reduce the number of trucks on our streets. It's going to be better for pollution. It's going to be better for noise. It's going to be better for road construction and potholes down the road. And for those of us who feel like we're losing our freedom of choice, is it freedom of choice, or is it that we need to have a better system altogether? And so those are some of my thoughts, and I do want to say thank you for everyone offering your ideas.
Mayor, can we, just real quickly, I'm going to ask Mr. Gorney, maybe, and I appreciate Commissioner Belcheck's perspective on the cost analysis. And as we have this slide here, it may be helpful if we provide additional information. I know we have the overall average for the private hauler. Would it be possible to show what the average cost is by the size of the cart, if there's such distinction? Or is this, would that offer a better apples to apples comparison? Because I think if we took our average cost on the, on a monthly, weekly rate, it would still be lower than 30, but maybe if we could have some comparison of what the weekly average cost would be based on size of the cart.
Yeah, and I apologize. This cost for the private hauler is a 96-gallon cart. It's the full-size cart.
Okay, so that would be an increase for the 96-gallon cart.
It would be a slight increase for those that tip 4 times a month, yes.
And I just want to also caveat that I haven't looked, but when I last looked a while ago, we have an ordinance that requires a weekly tipping. And maybe it's changed, but there was a time when the code said that trash should be removed from the property every week.
So
we may have a conflict.
Materials, the recycling is frequently done, correct?
We've been reviewing with our legal team the language in the ordinance, and it is vague, but the way we read it is that, yes, every 7 days it's required to be removed.
Yeah, so that's a little bit of a conflict if we're also then saying we're only doing it every other week, so.
We acknowledge that, yes.
Yeah, so let's clean that.
Commissioner Knight? Commissioner Robbins?
Yeah, just 2 quick items. First, I think I'm trying to wrap my mind around like how our decisions in this area overlap and have synergy with what the county's doing. So that's just kind of one thing where my mind's at timeline-wise. And then secondly, I know in the discussion, it seems like the 2 options kind of being proposed are single hauler city for residential versus, current state where people can pick whatever they want. But I think one solution that hasn't been discussed, at least from here too, would be doing like a competitive bid process to have just like a single private hauler to compete for like the 20% of business of people who want to have a different service. And I think that potentially could still solve a lot of these issues. I mean, at most then we'd have 2 trucks on each street, but most would just have the one city truck. So that's just another option I wanted to throw out there too for discussion at some point.
Thanks. Commissioner Cole.
Thank you. Thank you for all the work to date done on this. I appreciate all the effort and the data, and I think there's a compelling case if we have 80 to 90% of the residential market to explore kind of what we're exploring. A few follow-up questions that haven't been asked. So you talked about the different size households in our market share for single family all the way up to, I think it was 6 units. When you are proposing and thinking about being the exclusive hauler for residential, how many units are you thinking up to or recommending?
We're making that distinction at the 4 unit.
4 unit, okay. And then similarly, you mentioned that there are some folks who don't have access to trash service, and you see this as a way to ensure everyone has access. Is the thinking there that it will be required if the city is the exclusive hauler, that it will somehow be mandatory?
That is correct. That would be built into the ordinance recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. And then kind of speaking a little bit more to the background and some data, I'm on slide 20 where you talk about the benefit of extending the life cycle of local streets with this proposal of an exclusive hauler. Do you have a sense, if you can't answer right now, understand if we need a follow-up, but to what extent might the lifespan of streets?
I'll need to follow up on that.
Okay.
Yes, there is a calculation that we can use.
Okay. And then I think finally, I echo my colleagues' comments around looking at eligibility for some of those service and support programs. We had a similar conversation when we talked about some of the economic development incentives, just given the changes in cost of living and the really kind of static nature of wage growth in our area. I want to go back to slide 6 where you talk about the core activities. What millage are you referring to in that revenue source there?
So we currently have a refuse millage. I know we've been trying to rebrand that as our clean community millage, but that's a millage that every property owner is paying currently.
So in our, when we did the residence guide to the budget and we kind of break down for every dollar of property tax, how much goes to what sort of services, I think 20% of the dollar goes to refuse, to the refuse fund. Is that the same thing that you're talking about?
Yeah, I am unfamiliar with that number exactly. I'd have to look at that, but I can tell you that the millage rate is 1.8 mils, and that was something that we increased a couple of years ago at this point. I think it's 3 years ago now.
And just for clarification, the millage allows recycling to be done at no additional cost for residents, and that is picked up at least twice a month.
Correct.
Is that right? So that's kind of going back to the ordinance of weekly. If you take an average of twice a month presentation rate for trash, and if we're trying to reduce trash and recycle, you have twice months for other materials management through recycling, that could be a weekly pickup.
Just what I'm getting at is I want to know if what you're referring to with the refuse fund and clean community initiative is the same thing as the allocation from the property tax revenue that goes to refuse.
Say it again, if we're talking about increasing the...
No, so when we break down where residents' property taxes go to, what city services they support, 20 cents on the dollar goes to refuse services per our residents' guide to the city budget. So I'm wondering if that is the same thing as the refuse fund, or are those two different pots of money to go to refuse?
I don't want to simplify the explanation, so I want to make sure we get a careful explanation of it. But just from my understanding, when we adjusted the fees for services, that was the millage adjustment that occurred that allowed the recycling costs to continue and support some of the other operating costs of refuse. So if we're talking about a future fee, and I see Mr. Matthews coming to help us out here, a future adjustment for the clean community fee, what would that be helping to?
I don't know that you guys exactly understood Commissioner's question. I think the answer is yes. When we say millage, what we're talking about is property taxes. And so yes, in the citizen guide, we're identifying the portion of your property taxes, which is millage is another word for it. The answer is yes. So I don't think she was asking about increases or anything like that. So
one pot of money.
Yeah, exactly.
So separate.
Okay.
But just for
and just to clarify, sorry, Manager, just to clarify, there is a separate approved millage specifically for the clean community work.
Yes.
So when you get your bill, you've got the list of various entities that are charging a millage. The refuse piece is not rolled up into the main millage for the city. It's an additional millage on top of that was approved some time ago.
Right.
Does that help?
It's a line item on your property tax budget. You can see it. And it's pulled out of, it's not general revenue.
For the purposes of just readiness to talk in detail to our constituents, we have some neighborhood association meetings coming up and other. It would be helpful to just have this laid out a little bit, just for clarity's sake. But I think generally speaking, my question has been addressed, so thank you.
Yep.
2 quick follow-ups. I kind of had the same line of thinking with Commissioner Robbins around how this proposed timeline might fit with what the county is discussing. I know they delayed their plans. I haven't had an update on how long or when they anticipate to have some better answers or clearer answers or decisions. So I do wonder how those may or may not overlap, and if we take a ton of effort to make major changes, would their decisions will we have to circle back and have different conversations and decisions? Because I recall the last round of discussions, there were going to be some major implications, cost and otherwise, for us, depending on where they were headed. So I would like to kind of talk about that intersection or just kind of better understand before this comes back to us for a vote. And then lastly is truly I'm excited about tackling food waste and organics. And we've kind of been teasing that for some time. But hopefully after we get through kind of this proposal and vote, that we'll be able to spend some concerted effort on the food waste. I think that's a huge opportunity for many of the reasons that you talked about, the benefits of this, and circles back and connects with the food system presentation that we had earlier this month too. Thank you.
Great. I, in the interest of time, just want to flag, I don't want to have discussion creep, but I want to flag, I would love to have a conversation about current requirements that people put the cans not in the street, but on the grass curb, because I don't think that's actually workable. So people work around that all the time, because otherwise your trash doesn't get picked up if a car happens to park in front of where you dutifully put your can. The other thing I'd love to have a conversation about someday is what other cities do a lot, which is in their core business districts or the downtowns, they have sorting trash receptacles where you can do recycling and, you know, other things besides simply throwing things away. And I think that our commission can probably take and should take some action in parallel to this. The first is what Commissioner Belchick pointed out, which is if we've got a dead letter law, we should simply repeal it. And I don't think you have to be involved in that at all. I think our city attorney can simply review it. And if we got a law that we're not enforcing, it doesn't make sense with what we're currently doing, we should probably repeal it. But in that same vein, I think that one of the things that I've been urgent about ever since I moved to the city was reforming our very draconian composting requirements in the city. I think they make no sense. I think that if we broaden the ability of individual homeowners to do composting in a realistic way that human beings actually compost, the simplest way to not have waste is to deal with it on your own property. So there's a certain central absurdity to taking leaves that fall off of my trees and making them go be somewhere else and then take them back from somewhere else. If I can compost those easily and efficiently on my property, same with yard waste, potentially food waste too, but that's a conversation that I think we as a commission ought to have. And yes, the idea of picking up food waste is interesting, but the best processor of food waste actually turns out to be chickens, but that's another conversation. Anyway, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
So, Mayor, just for clarification, so we are going to continue this engagement through August, and we won't pick this discussion back up until after the engagement concludes with recommendations around October.
Yep, great. Thank you. Okay, and that brings us to our next presentation, which is on the proposed golf entertainment center down at Indian Trails.
Good morning, Mayor and Commissioners. David Marquardt, Director of Grand Rapids Parks and Recreation. Pleased to be here with you today. Nearly 2 years ago, our city manager challenged the department to think a little bit differently about our golf course and how we might build and incorporate golf entertainment into our facility. So the department embarked on a feasibility study to determine whether or not this is even a possibility. And we're pleased to bring this report in front of you today in advance of budget discussions coming up in April and May. We are coming up on our 100-year anniversary at Indian Trails Golf Course. The course opened up in 1928. It's hard to believe that back in 1923, the city acquired this parcel of land for a little bit less than what you see most used cars for on the road today, $23,000. And since that time, through various lease agreements and contracts, the city has operated this golf course. For the last 25 years, the city has operated this course solely on its own. Over the years, we have been committed to expanding revenue and enhancing the teaching and learning capabilities of this course. So in 2015, the city invested a significant amount of funding to build the 26-bay driving range that we have out there today. And reconfigure some of the holes on the golf course itself. In addition to that, we've added a new self-serve ball machine in 2022. Many of you are aware of the new electric cart fleet that we installed in 2023, another significant innovation at the course. All of this to really enhance the partnership that we've had, a long-standing partnership with First Tee of West Michigan, in really beginning to teach the game of golf to our young people in the community. The investment has been paying off. You can see on the left-hand side of the screen here, 78% increase in rounds played since 2020. That revenue has increased significantly more than that percentage, and a lot of that is due to the off-course participation, primarily on our driving range. Nationally, what we are seeing demographically is more young people, women, and people of color playing in the game of golf. And a lot of this is being driven by that off-course participation, driving range opportunities, and the game of golf that is not typically played on 9 or 18 holes. Locally, we have seen an increase in that off-course participation jump dramatically since 2020 and since that investment of the city made in the 26 bays at Indian Trails Golf Course. You can see a significant jump there again between fiscal year 2022 and fiscal year 23 when we made the innovative switch to a ball machine directly adjacent to those driving range bays. The number of players nationally and here locally is trending younger, and 65% of the players that play at Indian Trails Golf Course are 45 years old or younger, the bulk of which is 24% made up in the age range of ages 25 to 31. Despite all of these really good things going on at Indian Trails Golf Course, we have our challenges. And that's another reason for us looking innovatively at ways in which we can improve on some of those things moving forward. If you've been by Indian Trails Golf Course on any given summer day, you'll see an image similar to this one on the screen, a full parking lot in many cases where we are parking on the lawn and taking advantage of as much space as we can. We've got aging and inadequate facilities. That includes our event space, our kitchen and bar space, restrooms, accessibility issues, a condensed pro shop, and issues with our mechanical systems as well. All of this limits our growth and revenue potential with food and beverage, and limits our future growth for revenue overall as well. We have a number of needs that exist at the golf course that includes parking expansion, as illustrated in the previous image, cart barn expansion to protect the investment that we've made in the electric carts that we acquired in 2023. Driving range improvements that are needed, facility upgrades, electrical upgrades, HVAC upgrades. All of these things come at a cost, and we are estimating that cost to be about $4 to $10 million over a period of time. So we embarked on this feasibility study. As I had mentioned 2 years ago, this study was completed just last year. A big part of this study was looking at whether or not we can actually fit a golf entertainment facility at Indian Trails without reconfiguring a whole lot and losing the investment that we have made. And the answer to all of that is yes, that we can. And what you see here is really a test fit image. It's not so much a concept plan as it is a test fit. And you can see at the top of the image here, we've got the existing driving range and the 26 bays to the west end of that driving range. All of that would stay in place. That investment would not go away. The proposed facility would essentially sit a little bit east of those driving range bays and take advantage of the existing driving range itself. We do have room for the needed parking that would be associated with a new golf entertainment facility, and all of this could be done without reconfiguring some of our existing golf course holes. There are a number of opportunities that would come with the addition of a new facility if we were to choose to advance something like this idea. Year-round revenue generation being the top of that list. In addition to being a local and regional destination from a tourist standpoint, leveraging existing golf trends, expanding market reach, really attracting new and non-golfers as we have started to do with our driving range. I think we could even expand on that even more with a year-round type of facility. More importantly, this is an opportunity for us to grow the game of golf, again, in partnership with First Tee of West Michigan. We are historically a teaching and learning facility. We would like to expand on that opportunity in partnership with First Tee as well. Revenue perspectives, as we looked at this study, I want to slide back just briefly to 2014 before the city considered investing in the 26-bay driving range facility. At the time, before that investment was made, Revenue was projected to be about $700,000 a year annually. Expenditures coming in just under $600,000 and a net operating for the golf course of $124,000. What we are seeing today as a result of that investment is under the current financial revenue in the middle of your slides. Revenue today is about $1.2 million annually. That's significant. Expenditures coming in at just about $1 million a year, leaving us with a net operating total of $222,000. Keeping in mind that $4 to $10 million of investment that are needed at the course, $220,000 is a little bit limiting on that annual basis. If we flash forward a little bit in thinking about in terms of the feasibility study, the projections that have been made are very conservative from our perspective, and the projected revenue with a new facility is about $7.8 million annually, with expenditures at about 5.7, leaving us with an operating net of about $2.1 million. A comfortable net operating revenue that would allow us to not only operate a facility like this, but to pay down any potential bond that would be associated with building this. We also looked at the economic impact in the region as a part of this study, and the results are really impressive. If we were to build a 12 to 18 or even $20 million facility, it is estimated that 135,000 new visitors annually would be making trips to the Grand Rapids region as a result of this facility and this investment. The impact over a 10-year period would be about $126 million to the local economy, with 38 full-time equivalent positions being associated with this facility and $3.2 million in annual jobs earnings as a result. We also looked at, in this feasibility study, the cost that would be associated with players and playability of this course. On the left-hand side of your slide, you'll see where we stand currently today. For an average round of golf, we are charging about $28.13. We are near the very bottom of, in comparison to other local public courses, which is rather impressive. We work very hard to keep a very well-manicured course and also keep our rates very low. Looking at the current state for bays, a number of new indoor facility bays have been built over the last couple of years, primarily in the downtown area. And that average for bay rental is $35 to $65 an hour. Looking at a new facility at Indian Trails in the blue box on the bottom right-hand corner of your slides, we would move that proposed average price per round of golf at Indian Trails up just slightly from $28 to about $29.55, still maintaining on the lower end of in comparison to other public courses here in Grand Rapids. And then with regard to bay rentals for a new facility, we would be looking at a range from anywhere from $17 to $65 an hour. And I know that's a big range, but that range really fluctuates based on day of the week and time of day during that week. If we were to make an investment like this, we believe that we are very much aligned with our city's core values: equity, innovation, sustainability, and customer service. Again, the core of all of this being the teaching and learning aspects and really making a connection with our young people in the community and exposing the game of golf to newcomers and those not as familiar with the game. You might ask yourself what something like this might look like. I've thrown together a few images of other facilities. This one in particular comes from Prairie Fire Golf and Grill. This is in the state of Illinois, northern Illinois up near Rockford. And though our facility and the facility feasibility study looked at a two-story type of an approach, this is a one-story facility that you're seeing here. But the primary focus that I want you to pay attention to is on the right-hand image, and that is the fact that you're hitting out onto a real driving range or a real green. We would be doing the same at Indian Trails Golf Course if we were to advance this project. From an indoor-outdoor perspective, this would be a year-round facility, and so these images are important to recognize the fact that there is some really substantial outdoor and comfortable outdoor seating and gathering space for socialization as well. And if the weather isn't so ideal, there are some indoor spaces as well that almost identically replicate those outdoor spaces. The sliding glass doors really separate you from the elements if it's raining or snowing. these events can still take place and still occur. And then significantly, too, we would have an opportunity to expand our restaurant and beverage service as well, again, adding another amenity to this part of our city. So where do we go from here? We have two choices, the way in which we see this. The first of which is we can stay in place. We know that we've got $4 to $10 million worth of investment that is needed. We will continue to maintain current course operations, be as innovative as we can, maintain our current capacity, though it's a little bit limiting, and continue those really important partnerships that allow us to teach and learn the game of golf. The reality of this scenario is that it caps our revenue potential and our future growth. Secondarily, we can grow in place. This would come at a proposed $20 million investment, as discussed briefly with you in our financial update a few weeks ago, with a potential placeholder for a $20 million bond for this type of a facility if we were to move forward. What this does, that we believe it secures our partnerships with the community, first and foremost with First Tee of West Michigan. It expands our capacity and really increases our revenue opportunities as a result as well. And so next steps associated with each of these directions, if we were to stay, we'll hit those highest priority capital needs as much as we can with that net operating income and revenue of about $200,000 annually, chipping away at those long-term needs. We'll do our best to manage growth and hit our mark with that 100-year anniversary coming up in 2028. Alternatively, if we do decide to proceed with a golf and entertainment facility, the next steps that we see would be putting out a request for qualifications for an architectural firm to help us put together some plans and real costing associated with a facility of this type, and measuring it up with that proposed placeholder for a $20 million bond to ensure that we could fit within that target. And then, of course, would come plan adoption, building the facility, and shooting for a target to open this up for the celebration of our 100-year anniversary in 2028. So I have with me today our Assistant Director, Laura Claypool, and our Golf Course Manager, Graham Rayburn, as well. We welcome your questions.
Commissioner Knight?
Thank you for that presentation. I don't know if I would ever go because I was told I can't keep my head down, which is probably apropos for the majority of my life. But my only question, because this is really good, and I want to make sure that if we did move forward with something like that, that we would make sure that, you know, we would have access, or that people that typically don't have access to these spaces and doing these things with our young people and our students, because a lot of times most of them come when they're with like a program that may be there, like a third party or whatever that's doing that. But how else are we going to make sure that we are providing opportunities for access to people who may not have the financial capabilities to do this? And then the other piece of it is what concerns me is just the time that we're in, right? And listening to our fiscal committee and our report from our treasurer, and knowing that we are in such uncertain times, us going into another situation of bonding another project when we have a multitude of projects happening across the city. I love it. I think it's going to be great if it happens. Again, I probably won't be there because, you know, hey, that's just me. But those are the things that concern me right now in this time frame that we're in.
I'll speak first to the question of accessibility. I think that we would continue to do what we're doing today. A lot of those images that you saw of golfers on our course are from our high school groups that are out there golfing on a regular basis and taking some really important lessons, both from First Tee and from Craig Coingo, one of our pro golfers here as well. I think we would only enhance those relationships and continue to expand our reach into our community to ensure that those that may not always have access to facilities like this do have access to facilities like this. With regards to the potential bond and the headwinds that we're facing and looking at, that's very real and absolutely needs to be discussed and considered.
Thank you so much. I have been anxiously and excitedly awaiting this update, so thank you. I'm a bit on the other side of the lived experience spectrum, Commissioner Knight, because my golf team won the city manager's golf outing last year. So I am very familiar with this course because we won. But no, seriously, it was an amazing experience. Golfing on the course, seeing the updates in real time, and then getting to meet a lot of the young people from the programs like First Tee, and some of them caddied us throughout the day and told us about their experience, and had a chance to talk with the general manager and was just blown away about the intentionality with the invitations and partnerships and just the accessibility of making golf accessible, not just for young people, but adults and people at all income levels. So I am very excited about this possibility. I think that having something like this will be a great asset for the city and certainly for the 3rd Ward and the 28th Street corridor, as you outlined in your presentation. And it will pay for itself, right? And if we're already needing $4 to $10 million in improvements, investing $20 million to have so much more capacity and opportunity and revenue is an easy win for me. I remember this data from past recessions, and I'm not sure if it's updated, and maybe you do or you don't know, but I recall hearing that in times of recessions, the two things that where people kept spending was alcohol and entertainment. And so it does make me wonder if we do end up in a recession, no matter how big or small, will this still be sustainable from the revenue standpoint? So I don't know if anybody has heard those data points, but I would be interested in see if people see if that's still current. But I'm very excited about this, and I totally support us moving forward with making this happen. Thanks, Mayor.
Commissioner Kovar.
I think I'm a little early on this, since if we continued this, we'd send it out to folks to get a plan for it. But I just want to highlight that I'm hopeful that I'm supportive of it. I think it's a great idea as well. I'm hopeful that whoever we get to make the idea of expanding this will, there's mature trees, there's a lot of green space in this area, and I'm hoping that they can work with the natural green space that is there, keeping some of those mature trees and the natural greenery that's there. So it's my hope just to keep in there that would be something that I'd like to see in design going forward if it's moved forward.
Thank you.
This all sounds very positive to me. However, I'm not maybe as sanguine as Commissioner Perdue. I do think at the end of the day, we're probably going to be subsidizing this. And that's something, I'm willing to do. It's a public facility. It's obviously something that people can use. But a $20 million bond is going to have interest costs, which means that the carrying costs on that bond, it's not just repaying the $20 million, it's paying the $20 million in the interest. And if this is penciled out to give us a revenue positive of about $2 million a year. That's for the productive life cycle of the project. The fact that we're looking at spending maybe $10 million to get our facility up to snuff means we're currently running a structural deficit there. If we're spending off $200,000 a year, we got $10 million of deferred maintenance. What that means is we're running a deficit as it is. I think that it looks to me like there's at least a reasonable guess that we'll run a smaller structural deficit if we do this, because that $2 million, if that works out, there are a couple big assumptions there. One is the cost of construction, and the old joke about, we all saw this in the biodigester, the old rough rule of thumb in construction is it costs twice as much as you think at the beginning, even when you account for the fact that that principle. So, it's not, we're certainly not guaranteed to not find ourselves in a state of cost overrun. We're certainly, we can hope that the use projections are accurate. If they're all accurate, and if we've got a 10-year life cycle to this, I think the way I penciled in the numbers, it's probably a slightly revenue negative endeavor. But it's true that we don't demand that our library run a profit. It's true we don't demand that our parks run a profit. So this is a community resource. I'm not quite as sanguine on the math. It doesn't look to me like this is going to be a revenue producing project. It'll probably get us closer to sustainability than the current deferred maintenance costs model that we have now. Commissioner Yasasi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I feel like, I don't know about your past Third Ward commissioners, but they were too, I think, anxious about this. So I didn't know that you won.
First place.
First place.
Let's be clear. Now ask her what was her contribution
It
to
was
the
a
team.
scramble, right?
Right.
No,
Wow.
I think
No shade, no shade.
I think that's kind of what we're looking at right now is in these fun remarks and Rabin, what happened was community was built. And so community continues to get built at these places, even when you're driving down 28th Street and your car gets hit with a golf ball every now and then, because my office is around the corner. But I think we're kind of at this moment in time when this first started. I think we were in a definitely different financial environment. So I echo my colleagues, just questions about what does that look like? And I think what the mayor's comments were, and I also certainly want to be supportive of a catalytic investment in the third ward. Because I think once, development comes and then there's more development, there's a significant development. I think it's Meyer, the CRC, building was sold and there's a lot of investment going there. And as somebody who, used to go up and down 28th Street as a young person and living in that area, there were a lot more options. And so I'd love to see, if this can be one of those catalytic economic development opportunities. So I think for me, there are more questions, but I'm generally supportive of this. I think that I've heard about the programs that were discussed. Again, my office is at Commissioner Lanier's building at Genesis Suites around the corner. And so I am up in there all the time. And as soon as it's a little warm, even if it's not that warm, there are people there. And so that means they're coming into our city. And at that price point, even if it was increased, they're going hopefully to our restaurants, they're going to our retail shops. And so I think we have an opportunity to not just say, like, you're going to come to Grand Rapids and golf, but then also you can go and do these things. So thinking about it, I think, some of the things I think we've talked about, Commissioner, just like what is that broader economic development strategy to make that almost like very much a destination too. Thanks.
Thank you. Commissioner Robbins.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be super brief. I totally support. I would love to see this facility better used. Yeah, I'm kind of of the mindset, like if you have to invest money into something, like doing it right. And I think as in terms of timeline right now too, just the next step seems like it's just the RFP process of the architectural designs and things like that. So I would feel comfortable moving forward for sure with that piece, just to kind of see some more specifics around cost and timeline and things like that. So yeah, I hope to see this happen for sure.
Thanks. Thanks for the presentation.
Okay, Mayor, just make sure, so it seems like the consensus is for staff to move forward with that next step.
That's what I heard.
We can come back and maybe have some more information about the pro forma on the revenue assumptions to answer the questions. And then, well, not in every recession, I do recall Parks Department mentioning the pandemic specifically spurred an increase in activity because it was more outdoor oriented where people couldn't be in. But that may not be applicable every time we had a recession with this golf course.
That is correct. And you're exactly right, City Manager. We did see a spike in participation in 2020, right around the time of COVID. And we've seen nothing but continued growth as a result since then.
Great.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep, you're welcome.
That brings us to a presentation on the Neighborhood Investment Plan funding recommendations. City Manager? Commissioner.
See Ms. Bohach coming, and she's going to make this very painless for us.
Yes, painless and very brief, because this is just one stop in the process, in our annual process for allocating resources. So I'm going to start, put more focus on the front end and then on the back end today, because I know the city manager wants us to be very quick. And make sure that everyone knows that in your agenda packet is a memo that really outlines and provides a narrative for these funding recommendations. And there's also a spreadsheet that details the projects that have been funded, the dollar amounts, and it even has sort of a code on it that will allow for individuals to see what types of resources that we have available can be applied to each of those projects. So on that spreadsheet, there's some shaded boxes and there's some open white boxes. The ones that are shaded means that that particular funding source is not available for that project, and the ones that are open are. So if that makes sense. But just to provide context for our funding process in general, it starts with our big picture, which is our housing and community development, our Regional Housing and Community Development Plan, and that's a 5-year plan that's required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for our Community Development Block Grant, our home investment partnerships, and our Emergency Solutions Grants programs. It identifies housing and community development needs and priorities in our community and allows us to establish goals and objectives to guide those investments. And that 5-year period for the plan that we're currently operating under covers July 1 of 2021 through June 30th of 2026. So this will be the recommendations that we're presenting today represents the final year of that plan. After we have this 5-year plan, then on an annual basis, we're required to submit to HUD what's called an annual action plan. And that identifies the specific projects and dollar amounts that we are moving forward, that would be implemented during July 1 through June 30th each year. And that serves as our application to receive those 3 federal awards. So when we do that, we have locally referred to that as our neighborhood investment plan. We use that as a framework for allocating those federal funds, the community development block grant, home investment partnerships, and ESG. But we also then add other resources that we have into that mix. So we have Department of Justice grants, and we also have opioid settlement funds. And this year, we have funds from the Affordable Housing Fund Board that allowed us to put that into our process to allocate on their behalf. In the past, we have had some ARPA funds, and those are no longer available. And we also had some home coronavirus funds that were also in previous allocations that are no longer available. So we might have new sources come in, but I'd say our mainstay are the first 4, CDBG, Home, ESG, and the Justice Assistance Grants. And then we do have the opioid settlement funds that go out for several years. It's just getting them paced into this process as well when we actually get those payments. And then the Neighborhood Investment Fund, plan is based around 8 outcomes. So if you take that big, large consolidated plan over a 5-year period, it has tons of information. It's very large document. We boil it down into these 8 outcome areas to be able to help us guide our investments. And they all align with the city's strategic plan. And just to let you know that we've provided a lot of sort of education on the front end before we even issue the RFP, and then we try to make sure that community development staff provides support throughout the process as well, helping with provide workshops for applications, the notice of intent to apply, all the various steps. We have staff who provide education and even provide one-on-one technical assistance if it's requested. We want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to apply. So when we do the process, it's one application for all of these funding sources, and this just gives you some information about the process this year. We had 71 organizations that started with a notice of intent to apply. We ended up then narrowing that down to 121 project applications that requested more than $25 million for the $7.5 million that we have available. So a lot of hard decisions along the way, and we have a team that helps us do that. So community development goes through all the applications first, making sure that projects are eligible. We try to align them with the most appropriate funding sources. And then we have an RFP work group, which consists of 1 commissioner from each ward. And this year it was Commissioners Kilgore, Robbins, and Asasi. And so they did the hard work of helping us get in front of you today with these recommendations. We also have some consultations prior to that for Outcome 1 that addresses issues of homelessness. We have a consultation with the Grand Rapids Area Coalition to End Homelessness, and they have a committee that provides some insight to us in terms of the projects that we've received and priorities. And then this year, because we have those funds from the Affordable Housing Fund Board, we had a consultation with a subcommittee of that body for outcomes 3 and 4 related to affordable housing development and improvement of multifamily housing. And then on March 18th, the Affordable Housing Fund Board actually affirmed the projects that that's being recommended to you for their the resources that they've contributed. And then, again, just to note that all the projects that are recommended address community needs in our consolidated plan, align with the city's strategic plan, and then we also seek to maximize all the available resources by having those different funding sources available. Sometimes it allows us to move projects into other areas that they could be eligible to receive those funds. So to make this very brief, I'm just going to, again, you have a detailed spreadsheet, you have narrative in your agenda packet, and so I'll just quickly run through the outcomes and sort of the larger dollar amounts that's been invested. So the recommendations for outcome 1 to prevent and resolve episodes of homelessness is just under $1 million. And these projects that are identified here will support services for at least 150 households to prevent or resolve homelessness and provide access to at least 80 people to have safe places to go during winter days. Outcome 2, improve access to and stability of affordable housing. Recommendations for these projects provide 3,000 people with fair housing education, or would, I should say, 50 households with pre-purchasing housing counseling, and 55 people with legal assistance. Under Outcome 3, increase the supply of affordable housing. There's $1.5 million of recommendations of recommended investment. And this is to for projects that will create affordable home ownership opportunities. So there's 34 households that will, projects that will result in 34 households receiving that could be in their own owned home. And then there's a recommendation for the creation of 2 new affordable units. Outcome 4, improve the condition of existing housing. $3.1 million is recommended in this area, and this will support the repair and accessibility improvements in over 700 homes, as well as helping to bring in 3,500 homes, housing units into compliance with various codes. So this is a mix of support through code compliance and housing rehabilitation work through the city's Housing Rehabilitation Office, and then community services as well. Outcome 5, foster engaged, connected, and resilient neighborhoods, just over $260,000. And this is the work that we support with primarily neighborhood associations to, build relationships, lift resident voice, and enhance neighborhood stability. So those are types of activities that are your traditional community organizing, education, referral services. And this also, while it's primarily neighborhood associations, there is a non-neighborhood association Link Up who also receives these resources for what was traditionally the southeast neighborhoods of Sika and Manna. Outcome 6, improve community safety. Again, this is primarily the focus. So there's over $1 million that supports this outcome area. A lot of those resources are going to our neighborhood association partners to improve and increase resident safety through education and crime prevention organizing. Then we also have violence reduction and mental health services as well. So we have the Family Outreach Center that provides services to those who are underinsured or uninsured for mental health services. And then this year, we also have a set-aside that's being recommended for public safety activities in the southeast area, again, that had historically been served by the Southeast Community Association and the Madison Area Neighborhood Association. So we are not in a relationship for these services at this time, and so we want to make sure that there are funds available for this neighborhood, or I should say, really, it's 2 neighborhoods, to continue to have these services, and we will have to find a service provider to do that. And that's, I believe, the reserve is $47,400 that would be sort of held aside, and we'll move forward with sort of a process soon to identify a service provider. Outcome 6, improve community safety. You can see this is where we primarily focus the opioid settlement funds for a variety of services that address the abuse or misuse of opioid products, the mitigation and treatment related to opioid use, and then other services that might help resolve any harm that was produced through the use of opioids. Outcome 7, improve economic opportunity. $270,000 is recommended in this area to provide job training or readiness services to 528 people. And you can see that there is a variety of organizations that we are recommending to receive those resources. And then outcome 8, enhanced neighborhood infrastructure. This is something that has been in our plan, but we have lots of other resources in our community now, and in particular with the Vital Streets. That really doesn't make it a priority for us to use our federal funds at this time for this area. So as we go into our new plan, for our new consolidated plan, this might be an area that we also look at in terms of strategically if we continue to keep it, because we have not used this in quite a few years now. So I put a lot of information on here. I am not going to read through it. It is in detail in the agenda item as well. But in this process, we do not know what our final award amounts are. So while I just gave you all these nice numbers, we don't know for a fact that that is what we will have for our budget. The HUD dollars, the U.S. Department for Housing and Urban Development, we do not have our award amounts provided just yet. The budget was adopted through the continuing resolution, so that's good news. It appears that we will have static funding, so the numbers that we provided to you today should be very close. And what we did is built in contingencies. So if those numbers come in higher or if they come in lower, we have the ability to move forward with some agreed upon priorities of how that would happen. So this really details out, if CDBG increases, this is what we would apply it to. If CDBG decreases, this is how it would be. It's recommended that these projects be decreased in funding. And that's for CDBG, home, and ESG. And then to sum it up, so now we are entering the public comment stage. So the requirements for CDBG home and ESG dollars require us to have a 30-day comment period and before we can actually submit our annual action plan. So that 30-day period kicks off now. Citizens are invited to provide input by participating in a public hearing that will be held before you on April 15th, or they can submit comments in writing to the Community Development Department at communitydev@grcity.us. In the annual action plan, excuse me, and also known as our Neighbor Investment Plan funding recommendations, can be found on our website at www.grcd.info. And then we will come back to you on May 13th for final approval of these awards and for us to then be able to make our submissions to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. That's it.
Commissioner Kilgore.
Thank you, Ms. Wilhatch, for your presentation. It's been very nice to be a part of the work group with Commissioner Robbins and Isasi. Just for the community, there's so much uncertainty, and my comment is really to highlight some of the things such as the as it stands, the recommendations for the neighborhood associations. That was a big conversation that we had. The sort of method in which they're funded looks different in a lot of our neighborhood associations that do such good work work in the community really rely on these funds. So I'm thankful to you and your team for really going through this process to ensure that our neighborhood associations will still receive the support that they so need. So that was just a highlight of the experiences, to know that we are hopeful that we can just continue, if anything, the services at the rate that they are, and that folks that depend on this funding won't have to just lose their programming and lose what they really look forward to in their communities and neighborhoods. So I'm hoping that throughout this process we'll be able to, in these weird times, provide some hope and some solid ground for folks who are doing work in the community. So it's been nice to be a part of this process with you and your team. Thank you.
Commissioner Belcheck.
Thank you for your information and the level of care and detail that you and everyone put into this. My question is just, if people want to know more about the different proposals that were put forth and are being recommended for funding through these different things as they go through and prepare their comments, public comment period and all, how can one get that information about the different proposals and projects?
So for what's being recommended, the annual action plan would provide that information. It gives a project description. It tells where the service would be provided within the community, sort of in our we have targeted service areas. Provides information about proposed or planned outcomes in terms of the number of, whether it's households to be served, persons to be served, and the dollar amount. So that would be on our website at www.grcd.info.
.info, okay.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Ms. Bohach. I would also like to know, certainly those that are being recommended, but there is also direct outreach to those who are not. Either sometimes there could be an incomplete application, or maybe it's, not a fit, because obviously there's guidelines with this, but I appreciate you and the entire team also reaching out to people who it's a no right now, but, depending on maybe something gets filled out or something different in the future. And there's a lot of technical assistance support that goes to those that are applying. Both at this front end, if it is not selected to move forward, and then throughout the whole process as the grant is open throughout the year. So I just wanted to highlight that for the team as well. Thanks.
Thanks.
And thank you to the RFP work group. We really appreciate your help.
Okay, that brings us to our last agenda item, which is discussion of the updated, an update on the Enhanced Commission Administrative Support Pilot. Commissioner, City Manager.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and we're making good progress on time. Just real briefly, I wanted to highlight at least some conversations I had individually with some of you to the body as a whole, to make sure that there's a common understanding how we're proceeding forward. And it surrounds the topic around additional support, administrative support, constituent support services. And just currently, we have staff, 4 or so staff in the executive office that does some support administratively for the elected officials around scheduling, meeting coordination, and some other routine office matters, and providing other support that you may need. In addition to that, there is also supports from 311, primarily on handling calls, and we went back and looked at the call volume, and there's roughly 1,000 or so that comes through 311, and about 70% of those calls they're able to handle without a whole lot of other departmental engagement, and then the balance of those calls will require some other additional engagement. So beyond the current level of support, I've had several conversations about could there be additional staff for commissioners or additional support staff directly, and I just wanted to be clear within the current charter that the commission continues to have 4 appointees with the manager, the city attorney, the clerk, and the treasurer. And the staff that we have now doing these are employees of the city that are under my direction that I have agreed to allow to support the city commission. So any additional support would still have to be under that structure because there's not a provision to allow the commission to have other appointees beyond the 4 that are identified, as I previously mentioned. So given the competing needs, we just talked about the fiscal uncertainty at the federal level. This has probably been one of the more challenging budgets that I have deliberated with staff to prepare, and we've done a lot of challenging budgets during the pandemic. It's because a lot of those programs that we scaled up during the pandemic with funding, grant funding, those programs are going to, the grant fundings will cease. And so I have to figure out how do we prioritize the continuation of some of the things that are already in existence. We have grant funded positions in our sustainability office, and we have a couple in the Office of Public Safety and Accountability, as well as some in emergency management, the fire department, as well as our community children. And so those are all already existing service levels that we have to continue. In addition to that, there are a couple other positions that support the very things that some of you have asked about with temporary employees, and we're at risk of not sustaining that if I don't prioritize those temporary employees. In our communications office, we have a couple of employees that really focus on digital and social media that are not full-time with benefits, as well as even in our own executive office. So given that, what I would suggest is not to scale up any additional support for the commission outside of the context of some of these other service needs in the budget process, but alternatively to consider a pilot program in which we may staff up a position in the temporary position in 311 for about 6 months, and also engage in a third-party contract to help us with our communications office for additional support and engagement around some of the things that some of you have talked about. The 6-month cost of this would be about $100,000 to do this annualized with employees, permanent, and benefits is around $250,000 a year. And that's what I would defer on doing until we have more substantive conversation around the entirety of the budget. So with that, I'll pause and love to hear any feedback from the dais.
Commissioner Perdue.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, for being responsive. You know, I know that for quite some time, and certainly in more recent months, we've expressed the need to have additional support. When I shared with some of the neighborhood associations in the 3rd Ward during our regular meetings that we don't have dedicated staff, we don't have dedicated budget, they were pretty blown away. You know, I can't make it to everything, particularly events where folks really want our presence there. And I often get asked to bring a proxy or to send a proxy instead, which we don't have that sort of support. And so just really thankful for finding creative ways, even just on a testing basis, to meet our needs so that we can best serve our constituents, because they do have expectations for us to be present, to be communicative, to be responsive. For my personal needs, 311 has been amazing. There are some needs where that does need a personal commissioner touch, and so but staff have been really helpful and when that is needed, and so have you in the executive office. I think what I'm most excited about is that support with engagement and that support with being present, whether it's at an event, whether it's regular communication and updates, particularly without that structure built into city communications. It's really, the onus is on us to create that structure to best communicate with our constituents, with our neighbors. And so I'm most excited to utilize this pilot time to lean in there. On my own, I've been hosting regular briefings where I give folks an update on what's going on at the city, what's going on in the ward, answer questions, and it has been extremely, extremely well received, and folks have asked me to keep doing it, keep doing it, keep doing it. It's a bit of a lift to try to fit all the logistics in on top of all the other work, important work that we're doing for and with the city. So I'm thankful. I'm excited for this trial time. I think it will be beneficial for all of us as well as those that we serve, and potentially in some ways alleviate some of the current extra asks that we often make to people, to ask them to do things off the side of their desk to kind of fill that gap. So I just want to express my gratitude and just share my priority in using this additional support to really engage and be regularly in communication with my constituents in the Third Ward, but certainly residents throughout the city.
Thank you. Commissioner Knight.
Now, Commissioner Perdue, I'm going to be on the opposite side of this one for you. I guess a few of my questions are, I think it was last year, maybe the year before, that we had asked to coordinate a little bit better with 311 so that we kind of knew the calls that were coming in, what those type of calls were, how many that they answered, how many, came to us. And so I guess my question is, has something happened where there has been a lot of misses or mistakes that may have happened in that space where we have not been getting the calls, where we have not been responding to the people, where we have not found out what's going on and stuff? You know what I mean? Because for me, I feel like when I ran for this position, I understood that, and as many people know, I work multiple jobs. Right, but I also knew that there was a commitment that came along with stepping into this position and doing this work, and so that requires a certain level of sacrifice that you have to make and decide what things am I able to accomplish, how am I able to engage with community. We can't be everywhere at all times. We can't be all things to all men, but we try our best to communicate and connect with our community. And I think that even within the city operations itself, when there's things that we have questions about or things that I know I've texted Lou multiple times, he probably get tired of me texting him. I reach out to other people within the city organization to get answers that I might need for things that I might not find out somewhere else, right? And so for me, I don't feel like adding another person and paying for another person to do something that's our job. That's what we do, right? We talk with community. You do the best you can. I mean, I could send one of my 11 to be a proxy, but I don't. I do have one sometimes. But, I think there may be an expectation from somebody to see you all the time, as opposed to being able to just connect with people every now and then and let them know, listen, I'm here if you need to connect with me. I think we all have social media pages. Some of us all have websites or whatever. And so trying to make sure that we're connecting with community in that space. But I think for me, and this is me personally speaking, I think there's just a level of this is what we signed up for. And so we got to figure it out. I personally don't feel like I'm missing anything, right? And if I need something, I'm going to call you. Or I'm going to call you. I might even call you, right? Because we do have accessibility to all of these people that have the institutional knowledge about a lot of the stuff that we're trying to do. So, that's just me. I think if we take out a lot of the things that people expect us to do, then I step back and wonder, well, then what are we doing? What's our responsibility, right?
Yeah. Commissioner Kilgore.
That's it.
Yeah, I am looking forward to the pilot program. I have worked on various levels of government, and on every other level of government, you usually have someone in this support role. So you call your state representative, they will have staff. You call your senator, they will have staff. You call your congressperson, they will have staff, dedicated staff. So I think this pilot is in line with our vision, which is excellence in government services, meaning that, for example, I had a CFR response, so a 311 sort of exchange where it was outside of the city's purview. So they were going to point the constituent in the right direction to a program in the community, which is fine, but Commissioner Perdue and I talk about this all the time, where we still want that constituent that is within our ward to feel as though there was follow-through, feel as though we still care, even though it's outside of our purview, and seeing that, this was like a mental health issue concern. So we really want that extra care and compassion, and I think when we talk about excellence, that's a part of it. So I think that this fits with it. I think this is completely in line with what folks see at other levels of government. And I think that we're building the framework for a different kind of person to be in this role. I understand what my colleague is saying, but I think it's very privileged to say, I've got it, but I want someone who continue to see everyday people in these seats. And I think if we have more support, we will continue to see different types of folks within City Hall, but folks are going to need more support. The average entry-level job worker just does not have that flexibility, and I believe that this will allow for more flexibility and more government excellence.
Thank you. And I'll just add something I've been saying a lot in public, which is I think we're at a very dangerous moment for our democracy in this country in general. And I think that now more than ever, it is really important that elected officials have tools to be really responsive to to the people who put us here. And I'll echo Commissioner Perdue's sentiments on that. I don't think anybody would characterize anyone up in this dais as lazy or not taking the job seriously or not working hard. I see you all out in the community all the time. It's not as though we only see each other in here. You are all working as hard as I can imagine you possibly could. One of the things I sometimes say is a central frustration of my life is I can't clone myself. I mean, it turns out there's only 24 hours in a day. There really aren't 26. There's only 7 days in a week, and there's only one of each of us. And our ability to work and serve the couple 100,000. I mean, we're the second biggest city in the state, and a city this size deserves a responsive elected body, and we need tools to do that. We need lots of tools to do that. Some of that is the city staff that we have, but I think that as the city grows, it's appropriate to devote more resources to helping elected officials really listen to and learn from and respond to the citizens of our community. I also really think that we didn't commit this sin, but we're in a societal moment where we've really seen a falling off to trust in government. And I don't really see any good response to that other than to try to do democracy better. And that means inviting our constituents into the conversations, inviting them into our thinking, and if we have a capacity, if we see, and I do see capacity limits on our ability to do that, and so I want this body to always be thinking, how can we do this better? How can we do democracy better? How can Grand Rapids be a national model for how we really, really engage everyone? And you're all at my state of the city. I mean, I said, democracy means every voice counts, and that doesn't just happen automatically, because the loud voices we're always going to hear. The wealthy voices, they're going to make themselves present. The sophisticated people are going to figure out how systems work. But I don't want to live in a community where there's an entry test for participation in government, implicitly or explicitly, and we're never going to get it perfect. But I want every voice to be engaged, every voice. And so I thank the city manager. I think this is I thank you for your thoughtfulness and your work on this, and I look forward to seeing with real hope that we can do better. I don't think we're going to. I think we also, and Mayor Bliss said this before me, like we don't want to be in a fix mentality. We want to be in a do better mentality. And so I think this is a tool to help us, I hope, do better at doing our jobs. Commissioner Knight.
Commissioner Sassy had her hand up first, and then I'll go after her.
Commissioner Sassy.
Thank you. Yeah, I think as I read the memo and I had the conversation with city manager, I will not be accepting any of these resources. I think I am representative of somebody who can have the job. There's no perfect profile, but I think I am somebody who has a bit of that a framework of an individual who might serve for office. And so I think about the number of staff, and I'm looking out at so many of you, and quite honestly, I feel a little embarrassed. We have people inside this organization who are experts at what they do, who have studied, who have trained, who are part of institutions who have spoken globally about their expertise area. And so to think that we're going to hire individuals to help us do individual policy work, I disagree. I think it is not recognizing the talent we have inside the organization. And it is up to us to work with our city manager, with city staff about the things that aren't going well, the things that we would like to see differently. And also, we can't do anything individually. So if each one of us is working on a different policy issue and it comes to the floor and we've spent all that time and nobody else wants to do it, or the majority, and I hope that it's not just, we're not always looking for the floor votes, but we're looking for that consensus. And so I feel very strongly that I'm actually kind of embarrassed by this. I think that we have been a city that has been recognized as well-run. We have neighborhood associations. We just showed kind of the dollar amounts that we were giving them. I'd rather give this money to the neighborhood associations. The feedback about the CFRs, thank you, Lou, thank you, Angela. Victoria, I don't even know who you are, but you've been sending me every month. So Victoria, you're out there somewhere. The updates about what my CFRs are. Right now I have one CFR open. I don't think I remember a time in the last 5 years where I had one CFR open. I do think, I love you, Commissioner Kelly, but, Commissioner O'Connor and Commissioner Lanier would often talk about, Commissioner Kelly made it harder for everybody else on the commission because she was, a retired individual, was very committed to answering her phone. And so I think that's what 311 wanted to do, is to kind of level that playing field so that we all could be a part of that work. I think it's also a slippery slope of, especially on the social media side. I don't know about all of you, but I think the social media efforts have just, the year before I came on the commission, and it was probably even before that, but just the level of communication that has increased. I think people need to hear messages 7 times by 7 ways, and they have to be trusted sources. It's not that we're not trusted sources, but yesterday I woke up and I always look at the City of Grand Rapids website. What is there? A traffic outage. I'm like, let me double check before I tell my whole family. Within 20 minutes, and it's not always 20 minutes, I know, but it had been resolved. I need to go to that source of truth, which is the City of Grand Rapids website. And so, I utilized that last year when we had a water main break. That's where we were communicating. I didn't need to have another message. Now, I do think there are some feedback pieces on the communication side that I've talked to about with the city manager. I think, we see the mayor doing some of the overviews and things like that, and I think that's good. I know some of us have asked, how could we do a ward-specific one? I don't know that requires another contract. How do we integrate that as what we're doing with the mayor? And I think, the mayor gets the kudos for having the shortest state of the city. And so he's concise. And so I think that we can be concise in that. I also think that we are in a precarious situation. I was part of a story about my day job. I don't know what's going to happen with my federal funding at my day job. I sure hope it continues. Commissioner Kilgore, we were talking about working in nonprofit and just the reality of this right now. So to know that we have 71 positions right now that have some sort of federal funding, and quite honestly, to hear what happened yesterday with like military things, I don't have a lot of certainty of what's going to happen with those 71 positions. So as somebody who let people go in 2008 and then had to rehire them and had to let some people go again, I feel it is extremely irresponsible to add to our budget at this time. I think we should have a continued conversation about what our expectations, and I heard some of your comments, Commissioner Kilgore, about the different levels, and they certainly have individuals. I do believe that this is a different form of government. This is a different form of government, and quite honestly, that's I appreciate those levels of government reaching out to us, but I do think that this is designed differently. If we want to talk about the design, I think that's a different conversation personally, that is a political one that should be outside of this conversation on the dais. And then, and there have been people who have wanted to pick that up, right? Whether it's, you know, one commissioner per ward and then expanding the amount of representation, whether it's different levels of city manager, mayoral government, whether it is how much money is appropriate for the role. I know for myself and Commissioner Knight, you know, just yesterday there was something, 2 people asked us to go to stuff in 1 week, and we're like, you know what? You go to that one and I go to that one. And I think we have to continue to have those different pieces and expectations. But I would not be asking for this, quite honestly. I think my support that I've received administratively with Amy is really strong. I also have to be organized to know, I know that I've had to say that to myself and things that I've let slip through, because I need to be organized to understand what I need to do and like how much time do you have to give to somebody. I think the expectation of it to like happen immediately is something, you know, I don't even have that with my team at Grow. So I feel strongly about this. I know I had some conversations from individuals who serve on our local officers compensation commission. As a former HR person and as somebody who we're looking at a compensation study right now for our employees, I think I saw Randy in here, we're taking this on right now. And so to me, to what you said, Commissioner Knight, to say we're not going to do, and I don't want to, quite honestly, I haven't talked to anybody else individually about this, so let me also be very open about that. So I haven't gotten your perspective or your perspective, I've read the memo, and I do think that I'd like to know first what's not working or what's missed. So when I think about like trying to solve a problem, what problem are we trying to solve? Is it the form of government we have? Is it the part-time form of government? Is it, you guys don't like, is it nonpartisan? I don't know what we're trying to solve with this, and that's what is extremely frustrating to me right now. So I am very much against this. I think this should be put on hold. I think that we should integrate into social media pieces, and if we all want to do that, I know some of us do like GR Connected too, and we've had those opportunities. Figure out that. I think, you know, I mean, I will say, I think when you're like a new commissioner, people ask you to do a lot of things, and, you know, you kind of have to level set those pieces. I think, anyways, now I'm rambling, but I'm very much against this. I would not be taking the additional support. I am very confident in the support I have from the executive office. I'm very confident in the support that I have from 311. I'm very confident in the support that is provided with our stellar communications pieces. And I'm thankful that we have very specialized, educated, knowledgeable people who could inform us on these policy pieces. And if we disagree, which we have, I'm looking at Ms. Bohach, we disagreed on the pilot stuff last year with what your recommendation was, right? So what happened is we had that legislative discussion, and then we put it to what we thought it was. Last week, we had a legislative discussion about what we thought should happen in terms of administrative review versus by right. So the policy does get decided up here. It isn't rubber stamped by city staff, and also they are the experts. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll keep my comments and thoughts brief just in the interest of time, but I hear points from both sides for sure. I think for me, a point that Commissioner Kilgore had brought up that I think about a lot too is 8 years from now, 8+ years, none of us are going to be here, and there's going to be all new people around this table that continue the work that we're doing. And I think we're around the table because we've all found a way to make it work with our full-time jobs and our personal commitments. And do this role, effectively too. But I do think that there is a good point to be made about that being a barrier to many people who I think could add some very thoughtful, policy perspectives to this body. And so for me, I think just remembering that this is a pilot, if we try it, if it doesn't work, if it doesn't meet the needs that we're looking for it to, we can discontinue it. But ultimately, I do understand, being someone that works full time, and if I wasn't able to work remote, I wouldn't be around this table myself. And so I think that there's certainly a lot of value, and I don't think that this pilot would replace the work that we do. I think everybody around this table is very committed to this role, but I do think that there is some room for augmentation through some additional resources. So specifically what those look like, for how long we have them, the responsibilities that they help with, I think can certainly be a conversation, but I do see and recognize the need that some additional resources could augment the work that we do. So.
Thank you.
I don't want to belabor all of this, but I do hear, a lot of valid points around this table. And as someone who is very new in this role and maybe coming from quite a different perspective, I have a unique ability right now to be saying that this is my full-time focus. But even with that, I am finding that there are things that are not as proactive as I would desire to be able to serve in this role. And, it's not that I'm not juggling time and projects and other things. I've even implemented extraneous resources such as an online calendar for others to make an appointment with me because I found it cumbersome to use city staff to be able to manage both my personal and my city calendar. So that's something we are kind of working out behind the scenes. But, I want to be fully available, and having people, even myself, calling into 311 when I was late for an appointment, and the person at the front desk didn't understand that I was actually asking to be directed to that person, and I had to take the time to explain that. No, I'm the commissioner. Don't leave a message for me. So there's just nuances. Having a dedicated 311 person who understands how the commission works, maybe some of the nuances of the individuals. I don't really understand where the policy conversation that's been brought up is coming from, because I'm seeing this more as a community engagement. There's a lot of standard best practices we could be doing as commissioners, as a proactive communication, and we have a very new, only 3-year-old communication department here at the city. They're doing their utmost to try to wrangle everything around the different departments, and it's been expressly said we are not responsible for helping communicate on behalf of the commissioners. However, the expectation from the public is that the city also is, their voice is through us. So I'm endeavoring to reply to a lot of emails and all these other things that in the past, some people come to me and say, I've never had a response back from a commissioner, and I don't think that's just maybe the way it fell through the hoops before. But I have multiple CFRs coming to me every day and every week. So maybe it's different in different words, but I'm sorry. And so I actually have lots of those that I'm trying to field and things like that. So maybe it's just different, but I feel like having some additional customer service help and community engagement, proactive help would be good. And again, I don't know about all what the third party would be doing, but maybe to help the communication department get their feet even stronger.
Thanks. We're 15 minutes past our fantasized date, so I think we can adjourn. And
hold on, Mayor. So I got.
You want to say?
We can't just leave these conversations on cliffhangers.
Right. Right.
So I first of all, before we go, I want to express my appreciation to all the staff who I know work very, very hard and take their work very, very seriously to help the community, and the effort this improvement with customer service, which is a value, has been an ongoing one. And 311 everyone has been very, very responsive, increased staffing. The wait time has decreased quite a bit. So I do want to make sure that the staff understands and hears from me that I appreciate the work as well as the comments that you heard around the dais. So this is obviously not a staff-initiated request. I'm trying to be responsible to the commission. And I wanted this conversation to happen because as I've heard 7 different ways, and I can't get direction off dais. That's not how this works. We're supposed to have these conversations, even when they're sometimes difficult, so I can understand the desire of the whole. And today, I think I have that direction. Seems like we're proceeding forward with the pilot. It will come up again during the budget discussions and balance with everything else, and we'll do a check-in. There may be some unrealistic, I want to balance the expectations of what this is and what is not. We have not all baked this out yet, and so we may, there may be a little bit more higher expectations on what we can actually deliver on in this pilot, but we're willing to try it and see it. But I want to ensure you that if there's anything that you feel like you are not getting from the staff, please bring that to my attention so we can address any of those concerns. And I think we have been. It's just not instantaneously. You don't have individual representatives in your office who are taking calls on your behalf. That's why we have 2,600 employees to deliver city services.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we're adjourned.